Alright, we're back in. Starting proper. We had a little thing starting up before, but now we're here. We're in. And hey there, Varian and Noob. Yeah, the launcher is always like 2 events behind, and I hate that. I know it's because, okay, they always want to point people to the Discord, and a lot of people look at the Discord, but not the launcher, or they don't play that much, but I feel like it's important, like, if you play the game and you log in, you see the launcher. You might not see the Discord. But anyway, we're back. And I look damn awesome. I got all my artifact pieces. It was uneventful, right? I did all of the legwork on stream. All that was left to do was just to actually pop the coffers, right? Nothing exciting. I did it already for Beastmaster. But I also needed to get level 60 to equip the hat, and well, I'm in my melee build right now, but yeah, level 60 Black Mage. Huh. I didn't know if they had issues updating the launcher or not. I would figure it's independent from Final Fantasy XI, right? So I would figure they would be able to update their own launcher, I would think, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know the tech specs behind it. So okay, these artifacty pieces. Mainly, I just wanted these for the appearance, and I'm only using some of it. I'm using the Black Mage artifact, the chest piece, and the hat, because there's no feather hats for Black Mage. White Mage can wear a feather hat, but not Black Mage. So yeah, I needed a good-looking hat. But I'm using fishing pants and gloves, and then the fishing waders, right, for the boots. But funny enough, I think it works, right? I think it works. And then I got my scythe on, which that's the mandibular sickle, but I'm actually using the ivory sickle. So yeah, this is kind of like, this is peak glam for me right here. Double-us the wizard is complete. My wizard Sona is complete. Yeah, I'm still kind of upset though that Black Mage can't wear there's a lot of cool looking feather hats, like caps with feathers in them in this game, but not for Black Mage. But as far as the actual artifact parts go, right? So like the wizard's coat, I use that even on my melee setup because it gives 5 vitality. But yeah, enfeebling magic goes up by 10, and enmity goes down. The way that I was thinking to use these pieces, I haven't set the macros up yet. I don't think I want to use all of them, but like, okay, when I'm casting an enfeebling spell, it might be worth it to equip just the chest piece and then have the rest be my normal int gear, right? And then do the same thing for like the wizard's gloves. That increases my elemental magic skill, but I mean, nothing else I really need. So if I'm gonna cast an elemental spell, like maybe on the individual spell, just have it equip the wizard's gloves, right? And again, I haven't set these macros up yet, it's not that important just now, but I'm thinking my gear swapping is gonna get a little more hectic. But yeah, each piece, I mean, each one increases a certain element, right? Like enfeebling, elemental, and then the pants, that's dark magic 15. Also evasion plus 5, it's not bad for defense, but for my melee setup I prefer to use the combat caster slacks. They have less defense, but they boost my attack, right? And I like some attack. Yeah, I know that people can use like external, like third-party programs to make things smoother. The thing is, I haven't really felt a need. The way that you can set up equipment sets and then make macros for them, or just, you know, on each individual ability you can swap out some parts of gear. Honestly, it's more than good enough. It does everything I need it to do. For me, it's just I hate to have too much going on my PC at once, so yeah, I'm gonna stay away from the third-party programs, but I like to keep things simple even if it's not 100% ideal, but that's just me. Again, so far it all works, it's just I have to set things up the way I want it. But once I have some macros written out, then I can do some copy pasting on that, so it's not so bad. But yeah, the actual Black Mage artifact parts, honestly, yeah, the individual pieces, they have things I want, but I wouldn't want to use all of them at once, if that makes sense. Like, even the boots, they only give me 1 int and then spell interruption rate down, which, you know, that's neat, but I would only ever use like 1 piece at a time, maybe 2 pieces at a time. The only one that is objectively just good is the hat. Like, the hat gives 25 MP plus 4 int. Like, that is a good hat all around. No problems for me as far as that hat is concerned. But yeah, I don't know, like, I got my artifact stuff done, I feel good about it. Oh yeah, I invested in the Midnight Cape, so it's not the best plus evasion piece I could have, but it's plus 4 evasion. And then the Light Celia, so I kind of have as much evasion as I want, without replacing my spike necklace with the Emperor's the Emperor's hairpin. I need to do the BCNM for that. Like, I know for a fact I am never going to get lucky enough to get the Valkyrie Emperor to myself and also get the loot, so the BCNM is the way to go for me. I need to keep an eye out for when people are doing that one, right? I like the spike necklace because it doesn't just boost dex, it boosts strength too, which the strength goes good with the sickle, right? But I would like to have really high evasion and agility, right? I'd like that when I'm... Like, I wouldn't need to rely on /Beastmaster as much. I do kind of... Okay, here's a thought. And maybe it's because my first class to 75 was Beastmaster, but I tend to fall back on /Beastmaster or pets in general, right? I tend to fall back on pets. To the point where I have difficulty knowing how to build a character that can function without a pet, right? What I mean is, as a Beastmaster main, like, okay, so I can pretty much build just for strength and dex as a Beastmaster because, yeah, like my evasion, my defense, it doesn't really matter. You know, the pet's the one that should be tanking. So I just focus on dealing damage, and then, like, if I get aggro, I try to pull it back on the pet as quickly as possible. The problem is my 75 Beastmaster is incredibly squishy because my gear is all focused on strength and dex, even sacrificing my evasion, agility, vitality, all that. So, like, when I get hit, I get hit, like, I have no dodge chance when I'm in my DPS gear as a Beastmaster. So no dodge chance, and when I get hit hard. And that doesn't feel good, right? I never really got used to playing more defensively while also having some offense, right? Because you can't just go 100% defense, because then you won't kill anything, right? So as a Black Mage, honestly, making a melee build as a Black Mage, it's kind of taught me how to balance that. Like, I have my dex rings, but then I have my agility earrings, right? Got my strength dex necklace, but then, yeah, my armor is all about evasion, agility, vitality. With the exception of the gloves, that's also more strength and dex. I actually maybe want to replace the gloves. They give good strength and dex, but they actually lower my vitality and agility by 1 point. Like, that's not so bad, but I might want to replace that with something else. I don't know what I'd replace it with, but yeah. Either way, I've realized the power of evasion. Like, when I'm out just soloing with this, I very rarely get hit. And if I replaced a few more of my offensive parts with defensive parts, my evasion would be incredibly good. Like, I would almost never get hit. I just need, like, yeah, I need to replace that necklace and some other things. I don't know, it's taught me something, right? I've learned something by going this dark path. Alright, let me check my auction house. Okay, so I think everything I had up sold. That's good. I will admit, you can argue the effectiveness of any of it, but playing around with character builds is really one of my favorite things to do in video games, period. But especially in Final Fantasy XI. It is really fun just to see... I mean, A, you gotta think about your combination of main and sub-job, and then B, like, how you're gonna equip it, how you're gonna play, and that is all just really fun and fascinating to me. It really is. That said, I have played around a little with my melee black mage build, and if I, like, even if I go slash thief, I can kill things. I can kill easy enemies fairly smoothly without taking too much damage. Like, even if I go slash thief, so no Beastmaster pet, I can still solo easies with my melee build, and it's pretty smooth. I found that, honestly, slash red mage works really well with this. I end spell my weapon, I put regen on, and that, like, putting regen on is basically all the healing I need. So that keeps me alive, and then end spell my weapon, you know, put Dia on the enemy, so I can hit it a little easier. And yeah, that actually works really well, and that's a way to that's a way I can solo without relying on a Beastmaster pet. However, I find that for certain enemies, it's just better to have a pet. I gotta admit, having a pet just makes soloing a lot smoother. Like, just hands down, right? If you're soloing and you have the option, slash Beastmaster it's just kind of the way to go. I don't think that's bad. It's just, you know, you have to put the work in to make that option available to you. You know, you gotta work for it. But I think it's just kind of the way that, I don't know, the way this game is designed. Alright, sold some lightning crystals, that's nice. My gil is not really too much, you know, it's lower, I think. It's lower than last stream. That's because I bought stuff, right? I haven't bought any more staffs, but I was buying things. Spells and, spells, consumables, and a couple pieces of gear, so the money went down. The money went down, what can I say? Alright, before I leave my Mog House, before we go on a grand adventure, which I'm not sure what I want to do exactly, I just know I want to do a little soloing and I want to do a little partying if I can, and keep an eye out if there's any missions going on. I'd love to get in on those. Hey there, Sito. Oh man, I swear I know this one, Sito, but I've seen way too many horror movies in the hood, and they all just sort of blend together. It's a shockingly a shockingly cluttered genre, if you will. Also, I have completed it. My wizard Sona is complete, Sito. And hey, look, best part of this? I can tip my hat. Look at that! Hat tipping at maximum value. I love it. Yeah, Varian, that'll do it. Which, oh, that reminds me. I'm level 60 Black Mage now. So here's the thing, I've been kind of debating, and people have even told me, like, it's not as critical as I think for a Black Mage, but... Oh, I know, Sito. I want those colored glasses. I do. However, I kind of think for a Black Mage, I think this is peak. This hat is peak Black Mage right here. right? Like that, I think that is peak wizard. But yeah, so I'm level 60 now, which means I can, yeah, like I can use the Vermilion Cloak. Vermilion Cloaks, though, they cost like a 1.1 million right now, which that would take me down, right? The thing is, though, okay, so I've been in a lot of parties. That's how I got to level 60. Funny enough, Black Mage actually gets parties really easily, because Black Mage burns are super common. I get normal parties too, but lots of Black Mage burns. Lots of those. But the Vermilion Cloak, it's 1 MP regen, right? And I would like that for my downtime. Like, as part of my downtime build, I would like that. However, the thing is that I don't think I need it. So when I party up, I tend to play /summoner, right? I tend to go /summoner when I'm in a party. Sometimes /red mage, but I like /summoner, it works well for me. I feel it complements Black Mage well. The thing is, when I'm /summoner, I have 1 MP regen all the time. Like, I have the effect of a Vermilion Cloak all the time. Now, stacking that with a Vermilion Cloak would mean I have 2 MP regen just all the time, and that would be pretty awesome. However, what I'm finding is that in high-level parties, like, I'm always partied up with either a summoner or a red mage, like, always. There's always either a summoner or a red mage or a bard in the party. So I always have, like... Yeah, so with my /summoner, I always have, like, 4 to 5 points of MP regeneration in every party that I'm in, right? Like, I usually have around 4 to 5 MP regen. I don't, like, I literally cannot cast spells enough to burn all my MP out. So I'm finding that MP is not nearly as bad as I thought. It's one of those things, like, in the low levels, I feel like there's just not enough MP to go around. I'm always suffering as a mage, but in the higher levels, there's so many ways to recover MP, or to regenerate it, that it doesn't feel like a problem anymore. And so the Vermilion Cloak is just... It would be nice, but I don't feel like I need it anymore. I'll still get it at some point, but I'm not really rushing on it now. Unfortunately, you can't stack... Yeah, you can't stack, like, actual refresh things with juice. Like, if there's like any red mage summon or whatever, like I can't stack that with juice. That's another thing, juice has really gone down in value too. But yeah, I just feel like there's enough regen in a normal party that I just don't feel like I need the extra point, right? I don't need it. It'd be nice, but not necessary. And oh yeah, no, Sito, so the spectacles that I wanted, they take the head slot. And the wizard hat also takes the head slot. So no, you can't wear glasses with a hat. Unfortunate. It's either a hat or glasses, just like real life. Alright, so let's see. I got everything I need, I think. I gotta restock on stealth items soon. But I'm gonna put my flag up, I think, and just try to do a little soloing. And I'm gonna do a little soloing in a place I haven't really done before. I only went there like once in a party, and that's the Labyrinth of Onzozo. I've only been there once in a Beastmaster burn. Other than that, I have never entered that place. Like, I've been poking around with it again a little bit, but I wanna see what I can do, right? Oh, nice. Nice, Sito. I mean, we lost, though. We lost the run on the last mystery. Oh, noob, I don't know if I don't know if Juice stacks with the Vermilion Cloak. I actually don't know. But I know for a fact that Juice does not stack with Refresh. Like whether it's Leviathan's, you know, from Summoner, whether it's Refreshka or it's a Red Mage's Refresh, Juice doesn't stack with that. I know because I was all excited and I thought, oh, I'm gonna have so much MP regen, and then I pumped my Juice and it said it has no effect. Right? The pineapple juice has no effect. So yeah, the thing is that this is what I mean, right? Like, in the higher levels, there are so many sources of MP regeneration, and not all of them stack, so you don't, yeah, like, you don't really need it that much. It's just so common, and also some things don't stack, so it's kind of like, don't worry about it, right? I think the Vermilion Cloak is one of those items that when you're a lower level mage and you're really hurting, you know, before Refresh is the thing, it feels like, oh man, all my problems will be solved if I could just have that cloak. But by the level you can actually wear the cloak, yeah, you have all these classes that have Refresh, and you know, you can always go /Summoner or /Paladin on this server, and you can get your own refresh, right? You can get your own auto refresh. So yeah, by that point, it's like, it's just a nice item to have, but not really. It's not quite the game changer you think it's gonna be. So that's why I'm putting it off, because so far in parties at this level, I don't need more MP. Like, in the Black Mage burns that I've been doing, I have full MP all the time. In normal parties, it's a little different, but even in a normal party, I never find that my MP is bottoming out. Like, it never bottoms out. Alright, so going to the Labyrinth of Unzozo, which is right over here. It's not marked on the map. A lot of things aren't marked on the map. And that's why I never knew it existed before. Alright. Oh, also, Sito. So, just to wrap up from last night, we failed on the last mystery, just to cover that. It kind of all went downhill. It kind of all went downhill when I beat a demon that was wearing a mask, and the mask dropped, and the mask reduced Doom by 10%, so I thought, oh, that's awesome, I'll wear the mask. And that was a mistake. That was a horrible, horrible mistake. And everything went downhill after that. I've learned my lesson about using cursed artifacts in World of Horror. I think I've learned my lesson about it. Don't do it. Alright, here we go. So the Labyrinth of Unzozo. Yeah, look, so, see, here's the thing, right? It's not marked on the map. It is not on the map, and if you're just down here on the beach, right, like, look, it doesn't really look like there's anything over there, right? But yeah, if you just if you go all the way over here, like, really push the edge, yeah, you can see there's a little cave here. I know, Sito, I know. Oh, hey, you're reminding me of something, and I wish I'd known. I wish I had known in Spooky Month, but not Goosebumps, but it's adjacent to it. There's an Are You Afraid of the Dark PC game. I need to take a look at that sometime. Again, a Goosebumps adjacent, right? I think there's probably some Goosebumps games too. Okay, so here we are, the Labyrinth of Onzozo. So this place, yeah, look, it doesn't have a full map. You're gonna be going uncharted a little bit here. But yeah, this whole place, I've only really been in it once, and only only in a Beastmaster burn party. All right, so here's the tricky part. There's goblins here, right? We got goblin fights. I don't have a Beastmaster pet just yet, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put our shock spikes on, and we're gonna try to solo without the power of the Beastmaster, right? So I'm just gonna use a standard rice dumpling, and I'm gonna try to single pull these goblins, and let's see how the black mage, the black mage setup works just on its own. These enemies are fairly low. Like, I'm level 60, these are level 47, so they're, you know, they're 13 levels lower than me, right? That said, my setup is kind of dependent on having a Beastmaster pet, right? And I do not have that just yet. Ooh, got a critical in. Right, I need to blind him. There we go. Oh, no, he's not blind. He is not blind. Fortunately, even if you don't blind it, Shock Spikes does a lot of the legwork, you know? Oh, he's gonna sleep me. It's not so effective in a one-on-one, though. Okay, get blind on, switching to this, and doing a drain. There we go. Drain, when you have it leveled up, like when you have your dark leveled up, is actually really good. 191 healing. Uh-oh, bomb toss, bomb toss. I was a little slow on the stun. I could have stunned him. I could have stunned him. So yeah, instances like this would go a lot smoother if instead of /Beastmaster, I went /Red Mage. Like, as a /Red Mage, I'd do a little more personal damage, and I could regen myself, you know, and that would be nice. Absorb Vitality, oh no! Oh, Goblin Rush. I couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop it. But yeah, Drain, like, Drain and Shock Spikes go a long way. They really do. Alright, nice. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, I know, no silence, no paralyze, no yeah, like, the thing is like, /Red Mage would give me a lot of tools to stop some of the more nasty things you could run into. Like, I honestly think that the whole Black Mage melee setup, if you're going more for personal effectiveness, I do think that would be ideal. Because yeah, you'd be able to end spell your weapon, which would make you do a little more damage. You could regen yourself, which honestly is all the healing you need in most fights. You could silence, paralyze, slow, you know, all the debuffs, right? Like, I do think Red Mage would probably work out better for this, but what I like about /Beastmaster is that once you grab a good pet, like the thing is, your damage will go through the roof because now you have a second party member, right? I mean, that's kind of the whole point of Beastmaster in general, but yeah, if I cared more about my own personal damage and my own personal survivability, then yeah, I think /Red Mage would work out better. Oh yeah, true, yeah, if it can cast on me, then I can Spear it, right. I kind of forgot about that, but that is a factor. Alright, so shock spikes up, although if I can, I'd rather not fight more of these guys, if I can. So, okay, we can make these a pet, but there's better things deeper in that we can make pets. But yeah, I have actually been putting a lot of thought into the whole Black Mage melee, and yeah, I do think that there's ways to make it better with a different choice of sub job. It's just I like Beastmaster as the sub because it's I think that it's the most sustainable for soloing, right? Like all of the others, I would have more downtime between fights. Slash Beastmaster, when done right, it can eliminate the downtime. And that's kind of the main factor, right? That's the main reason I'm going slash Beastmaster and melee in general, is I'm trying to eliminate downtime. Okay, I think there's some better enemies deeper in, but I think I'm gonna have to go with these for now. So let me try to get a decent level leech, level 47. Because these enemies are, yeah, so, okay, decent enemy, it's higher level than the enemies. This is good. But yeah, this is, this is the main reason slash Beastmaster is so potent for soloing, is, so, like, I can take hits, right? Like, I can take hits, I can tank, I just proved it, but... Well, A, my build isn't the best, like, I need to replace that spike necklace with the Emperor's hairpin, right? That would really up my survivability, but... And there's some other things I could tweak, but... The main thing is that the pet can take most of the aggro, so I don't even have to do any healing. If there's nasty effects, the pet takes it. It works out. Yeah, see, I'm free to just deal damage. I'm free to hit for 215 damage with my scythe. And see, I still get aggro every now and then because I deal damage, but no, the pet, yeah, the pet takes most of the, you know, takes the blunt of it. And also the pet deals damage. Like, it's, you can't deny, right? Like, having a pet in any form, it ups your damage and survivability by a lot. Alright. So we got a Goblin Reaper, and I see that cock over there. Yeah, there's a cockatrice. That thing is level 51. If I can, I'd like to charm that, or possibly charm yeah, either the cockatrice or there's scorpions deeper in. I'd like to go for one or the other. That Goblin Reaper is not aggroing my pet. It should be, though. I don't know why it isn't. So it's okay if I get aggro from multiple sources here. Yeah, look, there we go. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna fight this thing to the death, right? Wait, is it not attacking? Wait, is it not aggroed on my pet? The Goblin Trader just seems to be standing there, right? It's just standing, yeah, look, it didn't even aggro. Huh. Okay. Well, I'm switching to my charm set, and I'm just gonna go over here and grab this. I hope these are charmable, actually. I didn't think about that. Are these charmable? Gauge. They're charmable, right? You cannot charm the cockatrice. Well, that's a problem. That's a goddamn problem. I didn't realize you can't tame cockatrices. Oh man. Oh man. I thought they're animals. They're animals, so they're charmable, right? Oh. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. Okay. Man, my health is low. Can I tame this giant scorpion? Yes. Okay. This works. We're not dead yet, alright? We ain't dead yet. Okay, get a good drain in. So yeah, what ruined that is just I didn't know that cockatrices couldn't be tamed. I thought they were animals like... Yeah, I thought they were animals like everything else, right? Okay, but yeah, now we're good again. Alright, we're good. And also I have a... Yeah, I tamed a level 57 giant scorpion. A level 57. So yeah, this scorpion is just going to annihilate everything now. Yeah, man, like, goddamn, this scorpion hits hard. Now, the only thing is, I gotta be careful that it doesn't break charm on me at an inopportune time. Yeah, so let's clear this tunnel out. Gonna drain from my health. There we go. Just a hover and T-pose forward, you know, as you do. So yeah, that started off a little rocky, but that wasn't really melee related. That was me not understanding that cockatrice can't be charmed related. Now, these cockatrice, as far as I know, they have some valuable loot, right? They have the cockatrice meat, and I think skins too. I think both are desired, I think. So far, no meat drops though. Not a one. Alright, switch my gear and do another drain. Like I'm gonna try to not rest too much, so yeah. Drains all the way. I drain for nearly 200, so that's enough. Yeah, that's enough to keep my health kinda topped off. That is a lot of scorpions. That is a room full of scorpions. That means I'm gonna have a good supply of pets right there. That's what that means. Ooh, I got a nice dark harvest in there. I'm still not sure which weapon skill is the best to use for, you know, this particular setup, right? Alright, I think the pet's gonna go down now, I think. I can tell it to do a sick command. Mandible bite. Nice. 502 damage. The sick command is not nearly as good as the ready command, but it's, you know, it's what you've got to work with, right? Also, I probably shouldn't be fighting out in the middle of the room like this. That's probably a bad idea. Probably. But I'm going to do it. I think I'm gonna need a new pet, though. Yeah, here we go. Charm set on, charm the other one. I have no idea what level of pet I just charmed, but it's mine now. Alright, and yeah, of course I have to tank a little bit, right? And look at that, see, it's missing frequently. Ah, that's an AoE. I figure there's no dodging something like that, right? Nightmare Scythe! Yeah, this one stuns it a little bit. Or it doesn't stun it, it induces terror, which I think is functionally a stun, right? That is basically a stun. But okay, what I guess I'm proving here right now is that, okay, think about something, right? Like, let's say that I was relying more on my spells, right? Like, let's say I was casting spells more than I am. I am still casting spells, just not really all that often. So yeah, like, let's say I was doing more than just... I'm doing standard basic-ass debuffs, right? That's really all I'm doing. Fairly low cost. I will have to rest eventually, but not for a while. Though I can pop a pineapple juice. So yeah, soloing with this method, right? This method of, okay, Beastmaster pet mixed with a good solid melee that can take hits, right? Like when I get aggro, I can take the hits. And I also deal fairly decent damage melee, right? Like my strength and dex aren't bad. Ooh. But yeah, like I have very, very little downtime like this. Very little. And I think for soloing, I think that's ideal for soloing. I mean, that's why Beastmaster soloing is so good. Alright, end it. A bit of a weak Dark Harvest there. Yeah, I think it might be better to just use Vorpal Scythe, even though yeah, my Dark Harvest works well with my int. But yeah, I think probably Vorpal Scythe still just does more damage. There's just something about Vorpal Scythe as an attack, I guess. Ooh, there's a sea monster over there. I wonder if that can be charmed. Can you charm sea monsters? See, I don't want to make the same mistake twice, right? I don't want to make the same mistake of running in and charming and just essentially initiating combat with even more enemies at once. So, okay. I was in a Black Mage burn party, and I had the discussion with someone, because the thing is, I was invited as a replacement, and there was some time where I was just waiting, right? So there were some slightly lower level goblins, right? Like goblins that still give me EXP, but they're low level, and I just went around meleeing them next to the party while they were fighting. And yeah, the other black mages were very suspicious, like huh, what's this? What is this you're doing? And they were very, like, suspicious that it just wouldn't work against enemies that are actually, like, good EXP enemies, that, oh, you wouldn't hit anything or you just die, right? But I think I've proven, as I stand amongst a pile of bodies, that it does in fact work. And I think it works fairly well, actually. I mean, it works about as well as being a Beastmaster. But one thing that they were concerned about is, well, wait a second, even as a /Beastmaster, you're still gonna get hit, and you'd have no way to heal yourself. Well, I mean, as a Beastmaster, actually, as a Beastmaster main, you'd have no way to heal yourself, right? Unless you sub White Mage. But I was like, drain. You drain. That's how you heal yourself. And I think a lot of, like, I've said it before, I've kind of postulated it before, but like, I think a lot of black mages do not use their dark magic. Like, they never Aspire, they never Drain, they do not use dark magic at all. They just sort of disregard it as useless. And like, if you do that, yeah, like, you are missing out on quite a bit if you just ignore your dark magic. Ooh, I can charm this thing. Well, guess what we're doing? Yeah! Alright, I got a flying manta. Ooh, look at that, it's got a... I never noticed that before. Yeah, look, it's got like a mouth under there. Huh. Alright, well, I have a pet manta now. I feel good about myself. Oh, there's so many mantas. The loot in here seems terrible, but everything else is good. I like it. That's a little close to the other one. Let's pull it back. Oh no! They let you hunt and kill wild chocobos. That's not right. Well, the thing, like, in most of the games, chocobos they're shown to be sentient creatures, right? Like, they are intelligent, sentient animals. Like, that's usually why they don't eat them in the setting, right? Chocobo is friend, not food. Well, I think in FF14, I think they let you, I think they let you kill some chocobos too. Like, there's wild chocobos in some parts of the game. That's still not right to me, but alright. Let's see, what is the sick command for the manta? Cold breath. Or, no, tentacle! Yeah, there we go, tentacle slap! Nice. So, okay, my Dark Harvest is a little disappointing. How about Vorpal Sight? I don't know, I guess it has potential, but... I do think my Dark Harvest and Nightmare Scythe, I think I get more mileage out of that. Honestly though, my regular auto attacks are really strong. Okay. How am I for EXP? So yeah, you can see I'm only barely into level 60. A reason I wanted to come out here and solo some is that I wanted to make sure I don't de-level if I die, right? Oh no, cold breath! I hate that one. I can't move, I'm bound in place. Also, I really do need to get better at stunning enemies. Like, stunning enemies is a thing I can do, and I should do it more, because I can actually interrupt their abilities. If it's an ability that doesn't fire off instantly, that is. Instant abilities, there's not really anything you can do about that. Yeah, see, like, I tried to interrupt it there, but... Well, I guess I missed, but also it's just, it went off way too fast, you know? Oh no. The thing is, there is actually a scythe in the game called the Scarecrow Scythe. I guess I need it to complete the look. Oh, I should have put my look at that 12 HP yeah, 12 HP drain. What I should have done is I should have equipped my yeah, my int and all that gear. I should have. Yeah, see, I have my D set here, and when I put that on, I have plus 19 int and just I have a lot of the parts to make, you know, my elemental better, enfeebling better, dark better. I just use all of them out of laziness on this one, because this isn't my same int set that I would use in a party. In a party, I have a different one that is more int heavy than this, but yeah, for just soloing, since you're going up against even or lower level enemies, I just kind of, yeah, I use all the artifact pieces, except for the boots. But also I just have, like, yeah, I replace the neck piece, the back piece, so oh yeah, and the head piece, so yeah, I just get more int out of that. Gotta make sure that dark magic lands, you know? Alright, but I don't actually need to rest that much. I really don't. And, as for looks, there is something I thought about. There's something from Final Fantasy IX, I believe. That's like the one Final Fantasy I didn't play that much, but in 9, I remember early on, I think at a certain point they stopped being a thing. I forget what they were called, but there were like these tall black mage enemies, right? They were kind of named bosses in the kind of first part of the game. I think there were 7 of them or something, but you encounter them off and on, right? And I think doesn't like at least one of them use a scythe? What I know is that they all they look like tall black mages, like stereotypical black mage, Final Fantasy black mage. And I kind of have that look going on. Alright, so I am in my melee set, right? Yeah. And I can still land a blind even in my melee set. At least most of the time. My skills are not capped. They're not capped. Ooh, Inkjet. What's that do? I assume it's damage and blind. I assume. Ooh, a nice 186 damage. Oh man, my weapon skills. Yeah, I do miss more than I would like, but I had a thought, right? So the thing is, since I don't really do much in the way of end game content, right? I don't do much with that. So here's my thought, since I'm more about the solo experience and kind of more casual partying. So you know what would fix all my problems on multiple classes, since I really like the scythe as a weapon? I should put I should put some of my merit points into scythe. Like really, just max out weapon merits in scythe. That would solve my problems as a beastmaster. It would solve my problems as a black mage. Like I would, yeah, like that would solve any accuracy issues right there. It's just, yeah, I mostly focus on solo and casual play, so, I mean, for me and the way I play the game, like, that, yeah, I mean, why not? Just invest in scythe properly. Ah, okay, the Black Waltzes, it's been a long time since I played Final Fantasy IX. Like, it has been a real long time. Also, I just realized there's no other mantas out here, right? So I'm gonna tell my pet to back the fuck off, and I'm just gonna let it kill my pet, right? I'm gonna let it kill my pet, and then I'm gonna replace it with that one, because I think the one I charmed is like level 57, right? Let me check. Yeah, my current pet is level 57. That flying manta is, like, it's only 1 level under me. So no, I want that. That's my new pet. I mean, I would like to do Dynamis sometime, but my understanding is that Dynamis is not this, it's not this super high skill, you know, test of player ability. It's a Zerg rush, right? That's my understanding. It's a blob fest. Makes sense given the nature of it. Uh-oh, uh-oh. They're all on me now. Okay, kill previous pet. Drain it, too. There we go. I got me a level 59 pet. Nice. Time to murder the absolute hell out of everything. Yeah, the thing is, I literally only played Final Fantasy IX once. I remember those tall black mage enemies. I think some of them had wings too, right? At least one of them did. But they were just sort of villains for like the first part of the game, but like when you're on the first continent, right? And then the game opens up later. But I don't remember much about them, just that, yeah, they were a persistent threat early on. I know, Sito. I've become the abusive Beastmaster. I dominate animals to my will, force them to fight to the death, and then I discard them like trash and pick up a new one to repeat the cycle. If you live long enough, you just become the villain. It's come full circle. But at least I don't beat my chocobo, right? I don't choke the chocobo, so I think I'm okay. See, no one cares if you abuse sea monsters or giant scorpions. No one cares about that. Ooh, look at that! This thing's got regeneration. Well, that'll keep it in the game a little longer, right? I don't have to discard it so early. But yeah, I fully realize that most of my effectiveness comes out of the /Beastmaster part of this whole setup, but I mean, I have field tested it with other sub-jobs, and yeah, like especially Red Mage, you know, that with Red Mage, it boosts your survivability a ton, and your personal damage a little, and it, you know, you get more out of that. It's just, I do find that if my goal is to get EXP solo in a sustainable fashion, I don't think there's anything better that you can do than go /Beastmaster. I do not think anything else rivals that in terms of raw effectiveness, right? I would be hard-pressed to find a better combo. Ooh, it turned on me for the mandible bite. Ow, ow. I didn't blind it. I should have blinded it. So that regen, I mean, that was nice. Oh, hey, look, 101 EXP. Nice, nice. That was a tough scorpion right there, huh? All right. Well, I think my sea monster is gonna go down anyway, so gonna back it off and let's tame a new one. Oh, that one's even better! Yeah, that one's level 56. I want that one. There we go. But yeah, soloing, like, even as a black mage with this particular setup, right? Like, soloing ain't that bad. Get the blind off? I did, yay. I think I should put bio on as well. If anything, just to if my dark magic isn't capped, which it probably isn't, I want to at least get it as close as it can be. But yeah, so I gotta say, I have kind of the ideal look for my character now, and my character plays like I love how Black Mage plays in all forms. I kind of love the melee Black Mage. I kind of absolutely love it. But also I love it in parties. It feels good to blow shit up. So I kind of think my character, like, this is sort of ideal for me, right? I've hit my playstyle. I've hit it, finally. And I think I kind of like Beastmaster a little more as a sub-job, too. You know, you get the charm pets at least, so you get that to play around with. But then you have your actual class abilities, too, and, you know, the class abilities are nice. Let's see, let's blind that one. Just pulling it in, pull it in. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Melee set, that's the button I'm on. Oh, I'm not using my, I'm not using my shock spikes. That's, yeah, I gotta have those shock spikes up. Like, shock spikes is actually sort of an invaluable part of this whole setup. Because you're gonna get hit every now and then. That's just unavoidable. Like, no matter how good your evasion is, you're gonna get hit eventually. So yeah, the shock spikes make sure that when I get hit, the enemy gets stunned, and then that gives me... It gives me a little time for my drain to refresh, you know? You don't want the incoming damage to outpace drain, at least not too badly, right? Didn't really freeze it for too long. So okay, killing things so far. I found a couple scorpion shells. I don't know how valuable those scorpion shells are, but I haven't found like any loot off of well, I haven't killed cockatrice in a while. But I didn't really find anything good on them, right? And I don't think I found anything good on the sea monsters either. Oh hey, I'm almost out of MP. I didn't even... I literally didn't even notice that I'm almost out of MP. That's how little MP matters to me with this setup. But I do feel like I get something out of the Black Mage main. Yeah, I use Drain, and that's how I keep my health up. Shock Spikes, right? I blind and bio every enemy. So yeah, I'm debuffing their damage and their accuracy. Yeah, you can only charm, like, animal/beast type enemies. I was so surprised you couldn't charm the cockatrice. Like, the cockatrice, I thought they were classified as a beast, but apparently not. So it, like, /BST, when you're only a /BST and you can only charm, that does kind of limit where you can go to kill things, because, you know, there's some maps that don't have beasts on it, or at least not appropriately leveled beasts, right? So there are some limitations on that. But also there's just a lot of areas that have beasts just roaming around, so it's not usually an issue. This scorpion's gonna it's gonna turn on me eventually, right? There's another scorpion right over there. So okay, since there's another scorpion just waiting. Yeah, since it's just right there, right? Honestly, I can't say that I regret going Beastmaster as my first 75, and I've played Beastmaster on lots of servers, like on other private servers, and a little bit back in retail even, like back in the day. But like it's always a good choice, and it's just because of how Beastmaster has always worked as a sub job. Like you can charm at the level of your actual level. So as a 75 Beastmaster, my charm is as good as a level 75 Beastmaster, even at level 60. Which means I don't even have to wear charisma gear in order to score a charm. Like, I don't even have to, right? Like, my charm is over their level. Now, is that an exploit? Is that a bug that was never fixed by Square Enix? No idea. But that is how it has always worked. So that's how it works here. And it's kind of a good thing that it does work that way. It like, this is a game where whether you like it or not, you're gonna end up soloing every now and then, alright? Like, inevitably, you're gonna have to solo. So it is nice to be able to just whip out the old /BST and, you know, get some XP, right? It's nice. Alright, just letting it beat this scorpion to death. So this is a level 56, decent challenge to me. My current scorpion is higher level, but I don't want to waste time letting it rest. There we go, and new scorpion! And so the killing continues. Oh, 57! I should have gone for that one. Should have gone for that one. Alright, I'm just gonna sit back and get my MP up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you don't need /Beastmaster to solo. It's like like I said, I've tried out /Red Mage as a black mage, and with the melee gear, it works. It's just, it's not nearly as sustainable as this, you know? And yes, that is a big-ass bone. We're in a room, if you haven't noticed, we're like in a room full of bones. Big bones. And shells, too. That's like a big crustacean shell, right? But yeah, I think you can solo things on any, like, combination. It's just, the problem is that if you're soloing with the intent of actually getting somewhere with it, nothing really gives you the sustainability of /Beastmaster. Like, nothing even comes close. I mean, me personally, I kind of wish more things worked the way /Beastmaster does. Like, I kind of wish like, if you went /Summoner, I wish the summons would be, like, at your current main job level, right? Not your summoner main job, because that could get ridiculous, but like if you're a 60 black mage, 30 summoner, then okay, what if your summons were level 60, right? That would give it a lot more use. It would make certain latent effect items, it would make them make a lot more sense. So for me, I guess, I wish more things worked the way /Beastmaster does. And that's really just because, you know, it's... like, you need to solo every now and then. It happens, right? You're gonna need it. Oh, my blind... my blind missed. Oh man, that would be amazing, but I feel like that would be so... Like, I think that would be too broken even for this, right? So no, you can only have one pet out at a time. Unfortunate, but yeah. Though that's not to say you wouldn't get any use out of going slash Beastmaster as a summoner. Like, let's say you run out of MP, right? If you run out of MP, then you could just grab a quick charm and, you know, you could keep fighting like that, right? And then while you're letting the summoned pet fight, you could sit and rest, get your MP up, and then, you know, let the charmed pet fight to the death, and then you re-summon your pet, right? You could make that work, actually. But no party of 3. Oh. Well, you can't abuse an animal and also some kind of elder god at the same time, right? Gotta have some limitations. Oh man, it's kind of scary how below the cap my magic skills are. It's not that I don't use them in a party, it's just that I'm always level synced in a party. That's the problem. Like, anytime I'm in like a black mage burn or something, yeah, like I'm usually synced a couple levels below my actual level, so I'm not getting the full value, right? Well, it just did a skill, so Nightmare Scythe wouldn't really do anything here. That Black Mage melee. Yeah, no, like, the thing is if you want to challenge yourself like that, it's fine. I mean, I would like to do the hardcore challenge with an alt sometime, right? Like, I would like to hardcore this game, and to take, like, I figure I would play the game incredibly defensively like that, right? Basically never party up, so always solo. Probably unlock Beastmaster as soon as I can. But otherwise, I would just play super slow and defensive. Incredibly boring, right? But you know, challenges are fun like that. And then cry when you get to level 50 and then, you know, something happens and you die, right? Like, and then you break down and cry. But for me, my Black Mage melee build here, it's so funny. Like, every other Black Mage I've encountered, they think I'm suicidal with this build or something, but I mean, I think you can see I am quite the opposite, right? Like, this is incredibly safe, right? Like, this is safer than if I went the whole, I don't know, bind enemies and nuke them and then rebind them and sleep. Like, this is so much safer and so much more sustainable, right? I don't understand why so many black mages think it's just insanity to pick up a weapon and actually fight as a mage. Like, no, it works. It works good. Oh, miss. Yeah, I think I want to use my merits for Scythe. Honestly, I'm not doing anything else with my merits, so... Need a little more accuracy on that, and not just for Black Mage, but for Beastmaster as well. Since I'm a Scythe enjoyer with Beastmaster. Okay, I'm just sort of looking at what my options are for pets here. You know, future pets, right? So I think I'll charm that one right over there as soon as this one goes down. Yeah, I've seen, like, every now and then you see the message that a hardcore player has fallen, and I mean, I think the worst one I saw was one player had fallen with like 1,100 hours, right? They were real high level, and yeah, 1,100 hours, and they finally died. I mean, to be fair, it could have been intentional even, you know? It could have been intentional, but who knows? I mean, for income, so that's the thing, I haven't really been grinding like I should. Like, my money has really been stagnating at 3 million, but it's because I keep having things I have to buy, you know? Spells and gear and, yeah, like, it keeps dropping my money. Oh man, look, he went nuts. Hold up. I just want to get my health back, and yeah, pet dead. Pet dead. Hold up, let me just resolve this real quick. I really need to get my shock spikes on. Oh, wild rage. Oh man. He's just going nuts. There we go. But yeah, look, I get the Beastmaster yeah, he's intimidated by my presence. I mean, I would be too. Look at me. I'm a death machine. Alright, let me just recharm, and there we go. Back to killing. So yeah, for income, fishing is a good source of income. I usually just settle in for fishing. I tend to do that on the weekend, like on weekends where I don't have a lot going on, I just settle in and do an absolute ton of fishing, and I usually come away with a few hundred K from that. But the other things I do for money lately is spell farming, actually. I started spell farming because I need them as a black mage, but then I realized that a lot of the mid to high range spells are actually worth a ton of money. And also, you get other goodies along the way. Like, you get coffer keys, so you can pop coffers and make some extra gil. The enemies you have to fight usually have good other loot too. So yeah, like every now and then I go to Biadieu or Castle Astrosia or Castle Zval Bailey's, and I just farm the enemies that drop spell scrolls. And now this is a very high level activity, right? Very high level. But those spell scrolls, they sell for like anywhere from 30,000 to 120,000 gil each, right? They're kind of rare, but yeah, that's good money. There's some lower level ones you can do too. Like, one of the first things I did for money, farming wise, was Kufum Island. So yeah, on Kufum Island, and I'd say you can probably do this reliably at around level 40 or so. It depends on your class. I mean, I was a Beastmaster, so it's a little easier. Oh hey, look, I got a cock skin. Nice. Hope that sells well. But yeah, so on Kufum Island, I'd say maybe 40, 50 to be super safe, but like, yeah, you can kill the banshees, the skeletons, and the elementals. Sometimes sometimes all three are out at the same time. So every night you can kill banshees. They drop scrolls of escape. Those sell for like anywhere from 8 to 12k. You can kill skeletons, and they drop scrolls of tractor. Those sell for around 7k. You can kill the elementals, and you know, lightning crystals are worth good money. And it's very frequent lightning weather on Kufum Island. I made a good amount of money doing that for a long time. But really, I'd say like just find find a valuable but highly in demand material, like a crafting material, and just farm that. Like beehive chips, right? Beehive chips worth tons. Hair meat worth a ton. Oh man, this thing, like, that AoE attack is rather intense. Good thing I can drain. Oh yeah, as a white mage, right, yeah, I was thinking, you know, as a Beastmaster, it's all easy, but as a white mage, yeah, you could do the whole cure burn on a Banshee or a skeleton. That would kill him pretty good. I think the skeletons are the lower level ones. Skeletons, like, you can probably kill skeletons on Kufum at level 30, no problem. I think the Banshees, I think they are around level 30 or the low 30s, so those, you might want to be mid-30s or higher to fight. But they also just have some nasty spells too. But if you can silence them, that fixes that. Like, yeah, if you're a class that can silence, then that removes a lot of the threat from Banshees. Oh, also, Sito, to go back to that, sorry for... get caught up. But when a hardcore player dies, it's not so bad here. It's not like Turtle WoW where you just get deleted. Yeah, like, if you die here, it's just you're no longer hardcore. Like, your character is fine, you can keep playing, you're just not hardcore anymore. But, like, any of the cosmetic rewards that you got for being hardcore, you get to keep them. Like, you get to keep those even after you're not hardcore anymore. So it's not that bad. You don't lose anything. It's just if you want to go all the way with the hardcore challenge, you have to start over, and I don't know, that's fine. Ooh, nice! 1K on the auction house for the skin. If I could find a full stack, that'd be great. Hold up, my pet died. I want to see if I can find a higher level one. This might be the higher level. Yeah, this is the higher level one. Well, that's unfortunate. That's super unfortunate. Did I blind this thing already or not? Can't remember. There we go. I want aggro to go back because if it does its big AoE attack, that could hurt. That could kill me. Like the AoE is harder to avoid than other things. All right, so sitting back and resting a little bit. Just let the scorpions fight it out. Yeah, I gotta optimize my killing, alright? And the problem, so this is kind of a problem that you run into as a Beastmaster main as well. Because it's relatively laid back and easy, you tend to just not even pay attention to your health bar, right? Like, this happened to me multiple times as a Beastmaster, is like I would just keep fighting and I wouldn't even notice that I'm almost dead, right? So yeah, like as a slash Beastmaster, it's the same. Like my health was in the orange and I didn't even really notice. Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, and this is true about any spell in this game, in order for it to be good, you gotta max your skills out. My dark magic is not maxed, but I practice it as much as I can. Like if you don't max out the skill, like your drain does nothing. But a properly maxed out drain, like no, you can, like I have drained for over 200 HP before. Like a good drain will keep you topped off. It's the same with a spear, you know, like you have the MP draining spell, a spear, and I think it costs like 10 MP to use, right? And when you don't have your dark magic leveled up, you'll only get back like maybe 2 MP, and so you're actually losing MP. But when your dark magic is maxed out, or good enough to land it, I can spear enemies for, like, the most I've ever done is damn near 100 MP, right? That is huge. That's enough to keep me in the game casting spells as a black mage. But yeah, the thing is, you gotta level your dark magic. It's gonna be worthless until you level it up. Ooh, hold up, that's a level 57. No, we don't fight that. That 57 is the new pet. Let's stick to this one. Yeah, dark magic is a bit of a hard one, because the only way that you can level up dark magic early on is bio, and if you're partying, most parties don't want you to use bio. Like, they'll tell you not to. It's kind of funny, because honestly, bio is better than Dia in some situations, but yeah, you don't really get much practice on it. I mean, if you can drain though, right? If you have drain and if you have a spear or either one, you can use those in a party without issues. So what I'd say is, yeah, like whenever you can in a party, cast drain, cast a spear, like cast the spells that they won't yell at you for casting, but just get them in there, right? Just do them whenever they're up, so that you can get some practice on them. And when you're solo, I mean, yeah, try to fight things that won't kill you, but that you can farm, right? And yeah, really get your bio in there. Alright. Let me just grab this other one. Alright. Okay. Oh no, Earth Pounder. God, I hate Earth Pounder. I hate all their AoEs. They're all nasty. Well, there's no way to see that. However, simple way is, it's basically relevant to your level, right? So, like, I'm level 60, right? So if I wanted to cap my skills, I would have to fight level 60 enemies. So like the enemies that I'm fighting, I mean, they're at the highest level 59. So the thing is that against level 59 enemies, my skills will cap out at what they would be capped out at level 59, if that makes sense. So that's what you can do, right? So if you're fighting enemies 5 levels below you, then, oh look, I didn't even notice that guy. But yeah, if you're fighting enemies 5 levels below you, then your skills will cap out at 5 levels under your current level, right? That's really the best it gets there, as far as telling like how, how things cap. But it is just, yeah, it's all just relevant to your current level. Man, this is the situation you really don't want, but this is also, so this right here, right? I was fighting an enemy and I was a little unobservant, right? So, oh no, another enemy just snuck up behind me. The thing is, if I wasn't a Beastmaster, this would pretty much be a death sentence, right? Like, this would be a game over right here. But as a Beastmaster, no, like, the pet just comfortably tanks everything. And then I can leisurely decide how I want to go about fighting these things. No, there's still a cap. The cap is your current level, so there are limitations to this. I get the idea, but no, they don't let you go over your limit. when my current pet dies, yeah, I'm gonna have to grab a new one. And things are gonna get a little dicey, a little spicy as well. So, Charm, get that melee set on, fight the cockatrice. Maybe now would be the time to sleep an enemy, actually. There we go. Put that to sleep. And let's focus on the cockatrice for a second. At least let's focus on it long enough. Yeah, focus on it long enough that my pet gets aggro back. Then blind it. So yeah, see, even with this setup, I do still cast spells every now and then, right? I do still cast spells. I am still a wizard. Alright, so Sleep 2 lasts a long time. And hey there, Zuna. Ahoy. Just doing the old Black Mage melee here. Well, the Black Mage Beastmaster melee. I love it. Oh, lower my int, why don't you? Alright, I'm pretty sure that the Scorpion is gonna unsleep soon. So I'm just gonna get ahead of that. Yeah, let's fight it out. Bio, so its damage goes down. I can't put it to sleep anymore, but I don't think I need to. There we go. Get a big drain in. Ooh, it got Sharp Strike, but it's intimidated by my presence. Man, that cockatrice is just whacking on the pet from behind. Alright, it missed all of its attacks. Nice. Nice. Okay. So yeah, that got a little, it got a little bit hairy for a second there, but, the power of Beastmaster mixed with Sleep 2 is all I needed. Alright, Dark Harvest it. And it's almost dead. It's one hit away from dying. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Could have gotten bad there. That was just an example of me not paying as much attention as I need to my surroundings, you know? Oh man, I'm already 4K into my level. I basically had like no EXP at the start. The EXP is actually going okay. It's much slower than a party, but it's coming along. Oh, cock at rice. Oh. I don't know, cockatrice is, as a concept, so here's the thing, right? The first time I ever saw a cockatrice in fantasy was, I think, in EverQuest. And in that, a cockatrice is basically a chicken with a snake tail, for some reason. If I remember correctly. So, see, nowadays, whenever you want to talk about, like, fantasy cockatrice, I just think of a giant monster chicken that turns you to stone. It's just a chicken, right? Oh no, pet down. Okay, I just want to get my shock spikes on. Drain. And you know what? I could cast an actual spell every now and then. These things are Earth Element, right? I'm trying to remember what, Arrow, right? Wind beats earth, right? I think. Oh man! Death Scissor. Well, I don't know. Wind might have beaten earth, but if you pump enough MP into it, it dies. Alright, I am kinda low health, but I wanna get a new pet. Charm. There we go. Could have gone badly if that charm got resisted. Could have gone badly, but it's fine. And I'd rather not rest if I don't have to. That's kind of the whole thing about this setup is, the idea is that I minimize resting. So yeah, just keep fighting, right? Keep fighting, drain my health back, and get in there. Nice, 194 drain. Wait, these have a big AoE, right? They have a big AoE attack, so I'll rest this one up. Oh, just a giant rice box with chicken. Man, that reminds me, it's been a long time since I had some boxed rice, like the old Uncle Ben's, right? Man, now I want to do something with rice. Damn. Yeah, see, there's that wild rage attack. That's why I didn't want to get too close too soon. Alright, but my MP is okay now. So, one more drain. That pretty much tops my health off. Yep. So I consistently drain for 194. And my dark magic is nowhere near capped out. If it was capped out, I'm sure I would get more mileage out of that. I think higher int too, right? Like, I would imagine drain is one of those things that scales with your int, like most spells. So I think if I had higher int, I would probably drain for more. I'm pretty sure. Alright, how many scorpion shells have I got? I got 5. I don't know how much the scorpion shells are worth, but well, we'll see. I guess if I could get a full stack, that would be great, but I'm okay to sell individuals, you know, okay to sell singles. Oh, hey, the wife is home already. I think she was gone for maybe an hour or 2. Okay. Oh. And we're in the middle of the combat. Oh. Do I might need to prepare a warp just in case. Because there might be things we need to deal with. Though I don't think they're... I don't know, we'll see. Is she gonna come to the side door? Probably. Nope, I don't have to let her in. Oh, there is the wife. She home. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So she's got stuff, and the cat just perked up. Oh, the goodies. The goodies. It's just, for whatever reason, certain foods from the butcher just make our cat lose his mind.
You mean for the reason that my dad probably gave that food to him?
Oh.
When he was still in the custody of my parents?
Hmm.
Do you mean that kind of whatever reason, quote-unquote?
Well, yeah. Like, he also has developed a bad habit where if I'm cooking, he just circles me like a shark, because he's expecting me to drop something on the floor for him. But I've never done that once, not once. Also, Solo Wolf's by. Oh, I guess about 2 hours ago. He was asking when the other cat had been fed. Oh, yeah? Oh, the Liz. Okay, so we're gonna have to take a quick pause. I'm gonna warp back to town so we're all safe. But the lizard has dropped something, and we need a sample, a fresh sample. All right. So that's gonna take a minute. So we're safely in town. The cat is meowing. He wants food too. So give me a moment. I'm gonna put the old AFK on, and I'll try to be back soon, like a couple minutes. All right. Bad timing. So, all right. I'll see you guys soon. Don't panic. Alright, I'm back. That just sort of came out of nowhere. But yeah, okay, so like the reason that we needed a sample from the lizard, the reason is he's kind of, as far as we can remember, he's sort of gaining weight, even though he's not eating, like we're feeding him less, but he's kind of gaining still. So yeah, we wonder what's up with that. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe there's something alarming going on. I don't know. So we're gonna have a sample analyzed at the vet and see what's going on. Like, hopefully nothing. Maybe he just needs a dietary adjustment, or he's getting a lot of water in from somewhere, but you know, gotta make sure, right? Gotta be sure. Yeah, I know, the joys of lizard ownership. I mean, look, he is a cute lizard, but I don't know, I've become more of a cat person. Our big silver cat can be annoying sometimes. You know, he sometimes tries to murder me in the kitchen by running between my feet, but you know, you don't have to maintain a terrarium for him. The whole house is his terrarium, so he's easy in that way. Though what lizards and cats do share in common is that they both just sort of lounge around in their warm spot all day. They do have that in common. Alright, but yeah, because of that I had to do a bit of an emergency evac, right? Oh god, you know what I could have done? I could have just cast Escape, right? I'm a black mage, I could have cast Escape. That would have taken me out of the dungeon. I didn't think to. Like, that would have taken me out of the dungeon, but not, like, out of the whole region, right? Ah, well. Also, there hasn't been... Okay, just making sure I didn't miss, like, a group tell or something. Let me see. How much, yeah, so the cockskin. Well, okay. It's kind of bouncing between 900 and 1,000, and I don't know how much it's actually worth, so I'll go for like high 800s and hope they bid at least for 900. Scorpion shells, 700 each. So if I got a full stack, that would probably be like, because the prices are often different, that would probably be like, I don't know, like somewhere between 8 and 9k, I would assume. To level up, well, light magic? Well, you mean like, because light magic isn't, there is no light magic skill. There's, like a white mage can use divine magic, enfeebling magic, enhancing magic, and healing. If you mean like your offensive white magic, which would be, that would be divine, because, oh yeah, I'm a white mage too, and I have holy now. And holy is actually pretty good if you can level up divine. Yeah, I mean the only thing that really levels it up is banish. Banish, Banish 2, Banish G, Banish G 2. It's not many spells that level it up. Your choices are very limited. But, yeah, the main problem, I guess it's the same, it's kind of the same problem that you have with leveling up dark magic in a party as a black mage. It's that if you're the white mage in a party, in the lower levels, pretty much all your MP is going to go into enfeebling and healing. But I found that kind of flips around in the higher levels. In higher level parties, and I mean like level, I don't know, like level 45 plus parties, I've found that healing is not nearly as required as a white mage. When you get regen 2, the moment you get regen 2, that is pretty much the only healing you have to apply to anyone. That'll just sort of set it and forget it, heal people without you needing to do anything. Like in the higher levels as a white mage, I often feel bored in a party because they literally don't need healing. So I'll just be sitting there. I mean, I'll put debuffs on, I'll cast haste on people, but I'll have a lot of time where I don't really do anything. So I found that in parties like that, yeah, just go nuts. Cast Banish, Banish 2, just level up your divine magic. Throw out a holy every now and then. Yeah, it is kind of, it is one of those things. Like, in the low levels, nobody wants you to cast your offensive white magic spells because, you know, MP is limited, and also, people die really fast. In the low levels, I find that low-level tanks tend to die really, really quickly. In the high levels, though, tanks barely need healing, so you don't... You know, you have more freedom to just do whatever in a higher level party. But I've, like, here's an example, right? I was in a party once as a white mage, level 50-something, and I felt like it, so I put an elemental seal on, which, yes, black mage's elemental seal, that does work for white mage damage spells. Like, if you use elemental seal and banish or holy or whatever, it functions the same as powering up your black mage spells, so you can actually land a spell even if your skill isn't that good. But yeah, I did an elemental seal holy, and I actually managed to hit an enemy for about 700 damage, which that is comparable to my out of magic burst damage as a black mage. In fact, if I'd managed to magic burst holy, it probably would have done well over 1,000 damage. Like, it would have been comparable to casting like an ancient magic spell as a black mage. So, white mage divine magic it's good, it's just you have to level it. Like, to be consistently good, it has to be, you know, you have to maintain your skill. I know, it can be rough as a mage because nobody wants you to cast certain spells, but no, you can make it work. Alright, so I have these scorpion shells, but yeah, we sort of exited out of the dungeon a little prematurely. I wonder if the claw is worth nothing. The claw is worth absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, well, anything. I'm gonna tell you right now, anything /BST will work as long as you have leveled up Beastmaster. Like, that is kind of the catch. In order for /Beastmaster to work, you have to level it up as high as your main job. Like, the only reason Beastmaster works for me is because I've already leveled Beastmaster to 75. So I can use it as a sub-job all the way to the end. But yeah, you have to put a lot of time in on Beastmaster. But really, yeah, like, /Beastmaster is kind of ideal for soloing for any class. Like, any class, you know? That said, oh man, survivability, so here's the thing, I mean, I could even just switch to it for a minute, but, so here's the thing, like many parts of this game, White Mage is actually pretty good at meleeing in the higher levels, and the reason is Regen 2. Regen 2 heals, like, it heals 12 HP every 3 seconds, that's a lot. Also, White Mage can haste. You can haste yourself. So imagine, if you will, put together a melee set, like Dex, Agility, you know, put together a melee set for White Mage, haste yourself so that you hit really fast, get a good weapon, like a proper mace, right? Like a proper weapon main hand. and then put regen 2 on yourself, and you honestly, you are almost paladin-like in terms of survivability. You are basically a paladin at that point. Except better, because you have more MP and better healing. So yeah, White Mage is actually pretty good at melee if you invest in it. And then pair that up with /Beastmaster, and yeah, it's great. It's that is what I do when I have to solo as a White Mage. No, 37 will not suffice. The way that the way that charming works is charm is based on your actual Beastmaster level. So if your actual Beastmaster level is only 37, that means you can only charm up to level 37. Like, that's what your effective charm is capped at. Your sub-job may not go higher than 37, but it's not using your sub-job, it's using your actual real level. So if you want to charm at, like, yeah, I'm level 60. So the reason I can charm at level 60 is because my Beastmaster is over level 60, right? That's the only reason it works. So the thing is that if you want to /Beastmaster solo, you have to actually main Beastmaster all the way. That's why I say Beastmaster is... honestly, Beastmaster is one of those jobs that is best... It's best mained as your first job to 75, and then you can reap the benefits for every class you play after that. But yeah, it's not necessary. Again, like, even as a black mage, if I subbed red mage, I would... Like, I could solo. I could go back to the labyrinth, and I could solo those scorpions, and it would go a lot smoother because I'd be able to regen myself, protect myself, you know, I could end spell my weapon. Like, it would actually go smoother one-on-one, but it would have more downtime, right? Like, I'd have a lot more downtime between fights. The main thing that Beastmaster does is it basically eliminates downtime, or it minimizes it. Yeah, it's a little weird, and it's one of the only things that works that way in the game, but as far as I know, it has always worked that way, or it's worked that way for the most of Final Fantasy XI's lifespan. So it's, like, if it was a bug of some sort, I imagine if it was a bug, it would have actually been fixed over the, like, 20 years the game has been running. But it's not. So that is working as intended. Alright, so real quick, I just had a thought. Since we're back in town. There was a quest that I did, if you remember, for these Tarus up here. Yeah. And I completed the quest, but there was never any appropriate wrap-up to the quest. So I kind of wonder if I talk to them if there'll be like a final cutscene, you know? And yeah, the thing is, a lot of people hadn't played Beastmaster before. It's one of those things. It's Beastmaster has always been good, even in retail back in the day. It's just, for one reason or another, people just didn't really play it, so information was kind of spotty, you know? But I love Beastmaster. It's just a fun class. I love charming enemies. Charming enemies, summoning pets, it's all stuff I like. Alright, so let me just see. I want to see if there's a bit of a wrap-up to the kind of Taru romance story that was going on between the two charlatans here. I just want to see, yeah, does that wrap up? It does! It does! Alright, let's see. Oh, here we go. Cholulu, could I talk to you for a minute, Taru? Oh, we're doing it. Taru romance. and we're just kind of creepily staring from the side. This had better be good, Kuro. What if a customer was to come while we were out here chatting away? I want to know, or I want you to know how I feel. How you what? I've hidden my feelings from you for so long, but now it's time that you know what is in my heartaru. Blank dead stare. I want to continue working here with you, side by side. I don't want you to go. I love you. Is he gonna get shot down? So pleasey weezy, reconsider going off with that other man. I love how she's just staring the whole time. Going off? Other man? I don't know what you're talking about, Taru. Don't know? Oh hey, it's the smooth motherfucker. Hey, baby, honey, now that I think of it, that do is perfect for you. Hold on, mister. Who do you think you are, getting all chummy-wummy with my Cholulu? Would you control yourself, Kuro? This is my hairstylist, Runga Kapunga. He's been telling me these past few days that I should get my hair done. I've been trying my best to convince her to let me work my mastery, but she just keeps dissing me. I envy that buddy of hers. Her buddy? Yeah, when they were still little kiddos, somebody told her that he liked her hairstyle, and she hasn't changed it since. I just want to talk to that square and ask him if he could convince Cholulu here to let me work my magic on her. Runga Kapunga, you were supposed to keep that a secret, Taru. I know, this is, look, Taru romance, alright? Or just Taru drama at this point. Sorry, baby, if you ever have second thoughts, I'll be waiting. And he just haters gonna hate walks off. You see, I wasn't going anywhere. You weren't going anywhere, huh? But what you said before, oh yeah, that was just a joke. You get it? Pretty funny, right, Aru? I knew it was a joke. What do you think I am, stupid? Well, it wasn't very funny bunny, but you never did have a sense of humor, now did you? Well, excuse me. By the way, who was that buddy that hair boy was talking about, Taru? Well, we know it wasn't you, and why should I tell you anyway? Wasn't me. Well, that narrows down the list. The last time I checked, there weren't many people you could call buddy. Now it's zooming out, I love that. Well, what a fine end to that story. What a fine end to that chapter. I love and hate every single time I have to talk to a Taru in this game. So okay, yeah, that wraps up the romance story. Yeah, that was the thing. I mean, I only did it so I could get Sleepka too, but, well, yeah, that happened. Let it not be said that this game doesn't have a plot, alright? The plot is strong, thick, dense even. Alright. So, alright, that's taken care of. Yeah, I gotta think what I want to do. Well, I could switch over to White Mage and just poke around a little bit. I could do that. Oh hey look, White Mage in full artifact gear. I can't wait to... oh god. Right, my White Mage is level 54. I do kind of need to start my artifact quests. Look, I literally just got my Black Mage artifact quest done. I really don't have it in me to... I don't have it in me to do it again just yet. Oh, that reminds me though. Hey, I actually can cast Flare now. Right, I actually do have Flare. It costs 383 MP. I kind of want to see what it looks like. I actually don't know. I've never seen it used in this game. I also don't have a fire staff, but I kind of want to just play around with that, you know? just play around with it. But let me go back to my Mog house for a sec. Alright, so, do I want to change jobs out, or... I don't know, I would kind of like to get a party as a Black Mage, or... I don't know, I'm always on the lookout for missions, right? But it doesn't look like there's many missions going on right now. And I don't... Look, I just got my Black Mage look, so I don't really want to swap out to White Mage right now. You know, I want to keep going with this. And that would mean going / Beastmaster. It would mean that. I don't know. It's fine, I guess. It's fine. Alright, so back to the Labyrinth of Onzozo then. I don't think the loot is particularly great, but it's not horrible either. It's a decent time. The thing is, I put a lot into getting my Black Mage artifact gear, and also Sleepka too. I did it at the same time. And I kind of just want to sit back and enjoy that for a minute, you know? Just relax and play Black Mage. Not worrying about artifact quests or missions, you know? I just want to enjoy what I earned. Which, by the way, Garlage Citadel, we did that on stream. That wasn't bad, but the real pain in the ass was Eldime Necropolis. I didn't understand. Alright, I didn't understand why Eldime was so bad. But no, Eldime Necropolis is worse than Garlage Citadel. Like, okay, you don't need you don't need 4 people to open doors. You only need 1. But the thing is, in Eldime, the way that the treasure coffers are laid out, there's basically the central floor, and then there's the underfloor. And there's multiple ways to access the sort of underfloor, the basement, right? There's multiple access points, and each access point requires another player to pull the levers to open the way for you, every time. The problem is, let's say you drop down into the basement and, oh hey, no coffer, right? That means you have to... There's no easy way to get back up, so you have to warp back to Juno, run back to the Necropolis, come back in, and then try a different... Like, you have to try a different hole to drop down. That means, while you're doing that, someone has to just stand at the switch, just hitting it every time you need a door opened. Every single time. It took well over an hour to get, I joined up in a group of other people doing it. Like, it was like 2 other people that needed it. It took well over an hour of messing around with switches in order to get everyone their coffer. It was a goddamn nightmare. So yeah, Eldime Necropolis, no, that is significantly worse than Garlage Citadel. The thing is, I'm pretty sure my White Mage artifact gear, I am fairly certain it requires me to go to both Garlage and Eldime again. Like, I'm pretty sure I have to do them both all over. So you can understand why I'm a little hesitant to do my White Mage artifact quest just yet, right? You can understand, I think. Though, I think the White Mage artifact stuff, if I'm not correct, I think it's based in Sandoria, right? Because White Mage is all about the light and everything, so I would assume we would maybe get some Altana-related backstory when it comes to White Mage. I would assume. So that would at least make it interesting, I guess. Alright, so do I want to go back to the Labyrinth? I mean, honestly, it's good EXP in there. It's real good EXP. It's real good EXP, but it's not the best money. I guess it's fine. Yeah, look, I love this game, but whoever thought it was a good idea to require other players to flip switches for you to get through dungeons for things that you only need as a solo player, like, whoever thought that was a good idea, I hope Square Enix fired them out of a cannon. I hope the corporate ninjas descended upon them. Because, yeah, why? Just why? Oh, but hey, speaking of, look at this. Yeah, Eldime Necropolis Coffer Key, Artifact Hands. Do you need it? 2 out of 6. Yeah, they're in for a fun time. See, we can sit back and relax, content that we don't have to get in that party right now. We don't have to do that right now. But eventually. Oh hey, it's wind weather. You know what that means? That means wind elementals. That means wind clusters. What is wind? Wind is... I think wind is weak to... it's weak to ice, right? Hold up, let me consult the charts. So FF11, wind elemental. Because the elemental might be a little different. So it's weak to ice. Okay, weak to ice. Well, let's see how good that works out, right? How good does icing those elementals work? I'd assume just lead in with a Blizzaga, right? Oh wait, no, you can't do that because wind elementals. You know what wind elementals have? Yeah, that's right. Wind elementals, they have blink, which means they can just absorb my spells. So yeah, let's start a little bit light, right? Let's go in light. So I just want to make sure they don't have blink on. Yeah, I want to get them away from those other enemies too. Yeah, let's pull them back a little bit. Okay. So let's stun. That was blind. No, not stun. Why am I hitting the wrong buttons like this? Okay, stun. And Blizzaga 2. There we go. Nice. Got me a nice little, a nice little wind cluster. Yeah, let me just grab a pet real quick. I don't need it, but it's purely to distract the elemental while I cast a spell on it. Only reason. I don't really understand the logic behind wind being weak to ice. I don't really get it. I also don't quite really get wind being strong to earth. Like, that also doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, but, you know, okay. Can I a spear? I assume an elemental is a spearable, right? Yeah, there we go. Look at that. A spear. So I drained 78 MP out of it. Very nice. Honestly, I don't think these enemies are tough enough that I need to waste a Blizzaga 2 on them. I think Blizzaga 2 is actually very excessive. Let's try a standard Blizzard 1. Like, if I can get it off, right? So, standard Blizzard 1, how much does that do? It takes their health down quite a bit. Yeah, standard Blizzard does 104 to it, which is pretty good, actually. I'd say maybe just, yeah, for an enemy like this, just use standard spells. There we go. Got another wind cluster. See, here's where the confusion comes in, because when you think about it logically, okay, wind erodes earth, because, okay, erosion, right? But doesn't, like, okay, doesn't water erode even harder than wind? As far as I know, water erodes, like, that erodes rocks even harder, right? Rivers are a thing. So yeah, if I'm thinking about it logically, I would think that water would be strong to earth, and I don't know, I would figure, I mean, I would also think water would be strong to fire, too. I think water does beat fire in this, but see, I would figure that wind would be good against fire, actually, because wind blows the fire out, right? See, that's the problem. When you try to use logic, it all just sort of falls apart, and it just goes back in on itself, right? Like, if you really use logic, then I feel like multiple elements would be strong or weak to the same thing. And that doesn't really work out, right? At least not in this context. True, I guess. Yeah, true. Because, yeah, oxygen, fire, okay, fair game on that one. Fair. Alright, I was kind of looking around for more elementals, but I think, no more elementals within easy reach. Also, I hate that this big-ass Dalmal, like, look, this is my default camera view. Inside the Dalmal, right? Oh my god, look at that. Okay, yeah, I sort of have to manually force my camera up into outer space like this, because otherwise, this big-ass giraffe is just, it's taking up my entire camera. Alright, so I was looking around for another elemental, but I can't find one. Oh. Oh, okay, one sec. Alright, guys, quick AFK. Alright, I'm back. Cat emergency. Well, not emergency. Not emergency. It's just the cat came in soaking wet because it is actually raining pretty hard right now. So, Moon came in just soaked, and we wanted to dry her off a little bit. Can't have wet cats in the house. That's how you get mold. Well, the water has to go somewhere. Alright. So, oh my god, I hate this thing. Like, yeah, it just fills your screen. Help. Okay. Once I zone into the labyrinth, then I won't have to deal with the giraffe anymore. Okay. See, people complain about the sheep pet, right? They complain about the sheeps being too big in a party. Imagine having that giraffe in your party. Alright. So, in the labyrinth. Also nice, I have 300 MP and 666 health exactly. Alright, if possible, I would like to just not fight the goblins here. If possible. No, one of them got me. One of them is on me. Oh hey, elementals. What level? 61. Oh crap. But you know what that means. I can't cast spells with that thing around. Yeah, as long as that elemental is here, I really should avoid casting anything. Like, anything at all. Not sure what the range on elementals is, though. Like, it's 36 away from me. 30. Oh my god. Goblin robber. I thought we were out of range for that kind of thing. Okay, I'm just like, I hope the third one doesn't join in. I specifically wanted to avoid fighting the goblins because they're not worth it, but yeah, we're doing it. And yeah, bomb toss. Oh, I could have stunned it if I was a little more quick on the draw there, right? I gotta remember, 8 is my stun, and I should use it. So the thing is, stun is one of those abilities that in a party, I just never thought to use it. Like, oh my god. There we go, stunned it. Like, how did somehow every single goblin manage to jump me, right? Every single one of them. Sleep gut. Let's cast that. Normal sleep. There we go. Like, I swear I was in the tunnel, and I swear the goblins don't normally go over to that tunnel. They're not normally there. But every single goblin, just one by one, stumbled right onto me. So yeah, that was unfortunate. Alright, so I'll have to go in, get another pet, and, you know, give it another shot, but my health is so horribly low now. Oh, what I could do, though, there's weak enemies outside. I could drain the weak enemies, and yeah, that would get my health back up. Oh no, our cat's up to shenanigans again. We might have the cat issues again. Okay. Alright, cat shenanigans solved. Alright, got my MP good enough. So there's a couple enemies just out. Oh, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. A crab. This is perfect for multiple reasons. One, a spear. Yeah, alright. And then drain it. Good damage on drain, too. But yeah, so I got 213 HP, 71 MP from that crab. I do kinda wish, though. I kinda wish that, that Drain and a Spear had a shorter recast on them. Like, honestly, I wish they had a shorter recast. It would make... It would make Black Mage feel a lot better, but it doesn't need it, I guess. It would just be very nice. I would like it. I would enjoy that. Okay, so we're past the initial run of goblins. That's good. Now, what's the highest level pet I can grab? 46. So if I get a pet or not depends on how easy to get to a scorpion. Yeah, like that scorpion, can I grab it without aggroing all the goblins? They are literally all staring directly... Okay, here we go, they're moving. They're moving away. Okay. Then grab that scorpion. Okay. Alright. I got a good proper pet. And so the murder can begin. Again, I'd rather not fight goblins, but the problem is, to get to the good enemies, you kind of have to get through the goblins, right? You kind of just have to go through them. I was kind of hoping to get into a nice party in here, but I don't know if that's gonna... Don't know that it's gonna happen. I kinda... Okay, since it's just on my mind, I do kinda want to drop a flare on an enemy. I guess the thing is, goblins are fire crystal based, right? So goblins would be a bad test subject, I think. Like, really, just because goblins, you know... Yeah, they would be a little bit more resistant to a flare, I would think. I mean, maybe not, but... I don't know. I want a fun enemy to cast flare on. Well, I mean, on Horizon, the low levels, you will find more parties in the low levels. Horizon is a little low level heavy, actually. Not just because it's not that old of a server, you know, of a private server, but also just because there's a lot of people who play the game more casually and they're just not high level, you know? And people are always leveling up new sub-jobs, and yeah, the low levels are super active. Oh, hey there! Hey there! We got a cockatrice. Well, I can't charm that cockatrice. So, yeah, this is gonna get interesting. Things are gonna get a little interesting. Oh, hey there, Goblin Reaper. Yeah, oh good, it's fighting my pet, not me. Right, I'm just gonna go over here. Gonna put my charm set on. We're gonna have a mess to deal with once that pet dies. Okay, charm the Labyrinth Leech. It's not ideal, but I need something to fight with. Okay, good. The goblins that were aggro, they were aggroed to the pet, not to me. So yeah, as long as they're aggroed to the pet, it's all good. Pet pulling is a thing. Alright. So, okay, get my int set back on, and my health is a little low, so drain that right back. Delicious. Oh hey, yeah, right. Melee set? There we go, now it misses. Still take the odd hit. Yeah, goblins are kinda, from a very low level, goblins are just established as a thing that serves to... Oh, no! I was too slow. This is, I think this is a 2-minute petrified. I am petrified for 2 full minutes. Well, let's hope, okay, 1 minute. Yeah, so the good thing is this is a fresh pet, so it shouldn't die in a minute. And I have shock spikes on, right? So I can survive for a minute without any ability to move. Yeah, I completely forgot, right, cockatrice, it can turn you to stone. Kinda forgot about that. But for Beastmen, honestly, I think Beastmen, the most annoying ones would probably be, well, any of the big spellcasters, right? Like any spellcaster from any of the big Beastmen tribes. The ones that cast, like, Firaga 3 on you, right? Sleepga 2, Firaga 3, game over. So really spellcasters, right? Black Mage spellcasters. Those are not fun. Oh, I can drain again. A little weaker drain there. Unfortunate. Alright, yeah, that just turned into a mess. Oh hey, the Goblin's Leech. No, I see that goblin is... I think the thing about goblins is they're sight-based, so you think they should be easy to avoid, but, yeah. They just... The problem is they turn around without warning, right? It seems to be a thing they make a habit of. They will just change their direction just on a dime, no warning, and now all of a sudden you're dealing with a room full of goblins, right? That's kind of the issue. Alright, just stun them in place for a few seconds. Delicious health. Oh. Can I... It is really hard to stun that. Like, you really have to start stunning them the moment you see them doing anything. The problem is they might not be doing, like, they might be doing a goblin rush or, you know, whatever else, right? They could... There's other things they could be doing. Alright, so I should be able to get a weapon skill in. Dark Harvest! Okay. So can I please just get past this last goblin without having to fight it? Just don't turn around. Just don't do it. Okay. So, charm set on. I cannot charm this cockatrice, but I can charm the scorpion right after it. Oh, crap. Sleepka time! It's Sleepka time. Charm please. Charm pulls. Okay, man, that's the first time I've failed a charm in a while. That is a very rare occurrence for me. There we go. And just putting the standard debuffs on. Okay, I think my pet's got that. I think the situation is finally under control, I think. Alright, see you later, Sito. Thanks for stopping by. Oh wait, I just realized it's wind element. There was an elemental in this tunnel, but it seems like the elemental is... seems like it's gone away. Or maybe that was in the last tunnel. Either way. Fortunately, no elemental, or things could get even worse. Alright. So, okay, I'm just letting my health and MP recover a little bit. Just letting it recover. I think that's good. Again, the whole reason that I go melee black mage and beastmaster is because I don't I want to rest as little as humanly possible, and I think I've achieved that. All right, there's no elementals in here, right? I got to be careful about that. All right, no elemental. Drain. Man, that was all it took, huh? I'm not... So, like, yeah, I noticed I'm pulling aggro every now and then, just melee too, and it's like I'm not even using food or anything. I'm going in as light as possible. Let's see, what did I put on this guy? I think I only drained him, right? So... yeah, let's... blind and bio. I do like to apply blind and bio. And it's both because it's very effective at reducing enemy damage, but it's also just that blind and bio help level up my enfeebling and dark magic, and I don't level those up enough in a party. So yeah, doing it solo is kind of the only chance I get. Oh yeah, right, I can use the sick command, so let's do it. Death Scissors! Nice! See, I always forget because Slash Beastmaster does not have access to Ready, but it does have access to the Sick. The Sick's not as good, but you know, it's one of those not as good but gets job done sort of things. Let's go for that one. The level 57, I wanna save that one. Alright, that's gonna be my next charm pet right there. So I'll say this, surprisingly no parties right now. It's a bit of a weird timing. I mean, for me it's almost 1 p.m. But I guess for the bulk of players, which it's very NA heavy, yeah, it's very early in the morning. So this is kind of not the ideal time to play in general. But even at these hours, I usually get invited to like a Black Mage burn or something like that, you know? Like, I do usually find at least an offer for some kind of party this early on, but I guess there might just not be any Black Mage burns happening, right? And that is kind of the typical party that I would be invited to as a Black Mage. Oh. Just gonna freeze him for a second. Alright, I want that level 57. There we go. Well, when it comes to Final Fantasy XI, like the thing is that if you're not playing with the Japanese, which I'm not even sure there are any Japanese private servers. If there are, we don't know about them in the West. But yeah, like outside of that, it's a very heavy NA population for this game, right? Oh hey, Unzozo chest key. Nice. Though despite that, when I logged in, and I logged in much earlier on, there were still about there were over 1,000 players logged into the server. As far as private servers go, that's pretty good in general, right? It's not Turtle World of Warcraft numbers, but I don't think anything can really do that. No. Like, even for private servers, World of Warcraft kind of just wins, but... yeah, 1,000 is... For Final Fantasy XI, 1,000 people is more than enough to play with. And most of them are not concentrated in the high levels. But it's just, whether there's parties to go around or not, it just depends on what class you are and what you're doing. Like, as a Black Mage, most party invites that I would get would be to a Black Mage burn party, because this server has specific camps made for Black Mages, which is a nice little addition. But I've been invited to normal parties too. It's just, yeah, burns are more common, so there just might not be any going on in my level range, right? And as a white mage, I sometimes party up as a white mage. You know, normal party invites there, right? You get the invites to normal parties, but even as a white mage, it just depends on, like, yeah, what's going on at the moment. You know, who's running parties right now. Some days are off, and some days I've had multiple party invites in a very short amount of time. So, it all just depends. But I have heard that, like, with retail, right, with retail FF11, my understanding is that the player base is highly concentrated at the quote-unquote end game, which is still a weird concept to me of an end game for this. But yeah, on private servers, generally, I think for most private servers that have a healthy, kind of constantly rolling population, yeah, most players are still concentrated in the low to mid-range, for one reason or another. And there are certainly a lot of, you know, high-end 75 players, but they don't just sort of hang out and only want to do 75 content. They want to do everything. which I'd say that's probably healthy for the game overall. I think that's kind of a problem, not just for private servers, but I think for even a lot of retail games. You tend to get players that they just want to sit on an endgame character and never do anything else, and yeah, that doesn't really help new players get into the game. But not too much of an issue here. I am really excited to see the adventure. I forget what they call it exactly, but it's like the because it had a nice acronym, HARP. It's like the Horizon Adventure Assistance something program, but yeah. Or Assistance Reward Program, right? HARP. So when they introduce that feature, I'm hoping it'll like it's not that hard to get missions and quest parties. It's not that hard to do it, but it can be hard to get certain missions done. You know, the missions that are hard and people don't like doing more than once. It can be difficult to find a party for that. So I am hopeful that the reward program will help fix that, or at least, you know, incentivize people a little bit more, right? Oh my god, I missed a Vorpal sign. Man. I think mainly people are just really excited right now because, oh man, Treasures of Ut-Ergen, it's coming, right? Like, oh, it's coming soon, and people are all pumped for that, but I'm more pumped for the Adventure Assistance Program. I'm more excited to see how much of an impact that has on the game. Okay, I think the 55 is the one I want to go for. Alright. Get that melee set back on. I still kind of want to drop a flare on an enemy's head or something. I don't know, just mix it up and have fun. But I need an enemy that would be receptive to that kind of thing, and I don't think any of these would. They're all Earth element, right? So that wouldn't really be much effect. Let me pop a pineapple juice. That's my last one. Oh, I do have this. I do have this nice slice of cock meat. Oh, look, it's known for its exquisite flavor. Now, I've seen other people farming for cockatrice meat, and I assume it has to have a good use, and also it has to have some value to it if people are farming for it. So I'm gonna hold on to that meat and take it back to Juno, see what it's worth. I think sticking to the elemental weapon skills is probably the best way to go for me. I seem to just have a better chance to land that sort of thing. Alright, quick MP rest because I wanna, yeah, I want to waste my MP in a spectacular fashion. Alright? I have the urge. I have the need. And I'm level 60 now, so I have Flare, and I really want to try it out. Also, the EXP is coming along. It's slow, but it's coming along. Alright, so Flare costs how much? It costs 383, so I don't want to completely be spent after I use it. I want to have some MP left over so that, you know, things are gonna get rough after I do that, so I'd like to be able to throw a few spells down after that. Also, I want to put my shock spikes on. Okay, here we go. Time to waste MP. I want to do it on a good enemy though. 55. Yeah, there we go. I mean, look, I know for a fact I'm going to be tanking the moment I do this, right? So, yeah, blind it. Put my damage set on, or my, you know, my int set. Cast Elemental Seal, so this definitely lands. Flare time. Big magic time. So I want to see what it looks like. And I know this is a waste, the element's wrong, it's fine. Here we go, flare! Huh. Well, I mean, it's almost 1,000 damage, which ain't bad, but, oh yeah, look, oh my god. Nightmare Scythe, right now. Yeah, it really doesn't like that very much. Ooh, Poison Sting. Uh-oh, how much poison does that do? Only 1, okay. It is a 1-tick poison. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I kind of figured that was gonna be full aggro, but, well, and not only was it full aggro, but man, like, that flare made it goddamn angry, right? Like, it just, like, it was kind of spamming weapon skills on me. And now I'm kinda, yeah, my health is slowly ticking down and I can't do anything about it. That's not too much of a problem because I do have Drain, right? I can drain my health back, but, like, yeah, I acknowledge that was stupid and wasteful, but I just wanted to do it for fun, right? It's called fun. Alright, let's find a lone enemy to fight. This is an easy one. I'm not at risk of dying, it's just I can't... Well, yeah, I can't rest my MP up while that poison is on. Alright, so got my damage set on. Give it a sec for aggro to sort of solidify. Alright, Drain. There we go. We're back in it. I'd blind it too. The thing is, I have a melee set as a black mage, and it's actually pretty decent. Like, enemies do miss me frequently. The only thing is that A, it's incomplete, I don't have the full thing, and B, like, that thing was just going nuts on me with weapon skills. I think Flare must generate a massive amount of TP for the enemy. Like, way more than meleeing generates. So yeah, not only did it attack me, but it immediately just pumped like 3 weapon skills into me all at once. Yeah, no antidotes on me right now. I didn't really think to bring them. But it's okay, like, yeah, I don't rely on... The way that I black mage when I'm solo, I don't rely on casting spells. So, you know, at least not a lot of spells. So as long as I can, yeah, I can drain my health back. Look, drain, I'm already back in the white health. Yeah, it's only an annoyance because of the MP, right? I can't rest my MP back, but that's not really my problem right now. But my health is fixed. Health is good again. As soon as I can, I'm gonna charm this flying manta because that's a level 57. That's the highest enemy so far. So just let them fight it out for a sec. The thing is, I have antidotes and I have holy water. Like, I have anti-poison, anti-curse. I have these items in my storage. They were really expensive to buy, and I put them in storage in case I need them, but I always forget to bring them with me. Like every time I forget to actually bring them with me when that might be a problem. Alright, drain, and I want to get my shock spikes back on. I really need my shock spikes. There we go. Yeah, like, the thing is, it took me a long time to even think about getting consumables to cure status ailments. It took me a long time to even really consider it, but even then, I have to remember to actually bring them with me, and it's actually hard to remember that. I tend to just load up with the more basic stuff, and I completely forget I even bought those. Because they're not cheap, right? Like, those items are not very cheap, so I should use them. Ooh, it's buffing up, but a little too late for it. There we go. Okay, I only have 8 MP, so really I should just let the pet handle the next encounter. Can I cast anything? I can cast blind, I think. Yeah, that doesn't require too much MP. I can blind, and I can use pet command sick. There we go. Regeneration. Well, that'll help it to not die. Oh, I shouldn't stand behind. Right. This thing has a breath attack. It's got a breath attack, so I really shouldn't stand directly behind the pet. That's something I wish more tanks would be. I wish they would be a little more aware of. I've been in parties where the tank would like let's say you're fighting crawlers in the crawler's nest. I've been in parties where the tanks will there's not really anywhere to maneuver. Like, you can either stand directly next to the crawler, or you can stand kind of in the hallway, right? And they'll always point the crawler directly at the mages because they're just not paying attention. And then every single time that the crawler does its poison spray, yeah, it hits every single person standing behind the tank. Yeah, there we go. See, there's that numbing breath. I knew that was coming. Alright, I just want like 200 MP, and that's good enough. Yeah, there we go. Okay, don't want to anger the cockatrice over there, but I think we'll be alright standing here, at least for a minute. Or maybe not. It's getting real close. Also, hey, enhancing magic level up. I think the more I level up my enhancing magic, I believe that makes my shock spikes a little bit better. I believe. It might not help with the stun, but I know it'll definitely help with the damage that they take when they hit me. Not really something I count on, but it's nice, right? Every little bit's nice. And also, sorry if it's a little bit of a slower day. It's Monday, right? It's Monday. But also, the last thing I did, the last thing I did was get all my artifact stuff, get Sleepka 2. I did a lot of questing last time. And I'm kind of burned out on questing for a little bit. I'll get back to it, but I kind of just need some downtime from doing quests, because quests are always a little bit taxing in this game, you know? At least for me, frequent questing just burns me out. I like the quests in the game. It's a fun challenge to overcome. But yeah, it's one of those things. If I can't do 2 classes set of artifact quests at the same time. I can't do that. That'll kill me. Which, oh yeah, I didn't even ask, because I'm horrible about this. My people skills. But the guy coming in asking about the servers pop and all that, Thamer, I can't check real quick to see if they're here still or not, but yeah, I should have asked, like, what is the, like, because when people ask anything about the game, it's always like, well, like, what angle are you coming in from, right? What are you expecting out of it? That's, I think more than anything, right? It's kind of important, the personal expectations you have with a game like this. Like, people who played back in the day like me, and, you know, it's like, oh, I want to return to Classic, and Horizon seems to do that. Well, yeah, you know, you'll mostly find that. Classic plus, if you will. But then you have people who, you know, they never played the game back in the day. No nostalgia for that kind of thing. And maybe they came from FF14, and oh man, that's a lot of adjusting, right? That's a whole lot of adjusting coming from FF14. Oh, interruptions. There we go. I was kind of wondering why I took aggro there at the end. My pet was just turned to stone, right? It was... the pet was completely paralyzed, that's why. See, Final Fantasy XI in any form is a game that I mean, you know, I recommend, I love, but at the same time, can I recommend? I want to, but... like, FF11 is one of those games that I love it, but, well, it is very different than many modern games. Some of that different is in a good way, some is in a bad way, and some is in a sidestep way, I guess. So yeah, even though I love it in this particular form, it is hard to actually just blind recommend it, right? You kind of always have to ask the person who's interested what they hope to get out of it and what they're looking for, right? Because I can say, oh, it's a great classic, great classic MMORPG with great team play and all that. I can list all the positives, but like, but that doesn't really prepare you for the negatives. That doesn't really prepare you for the other elements of the game and how that comes together. And yeah, it's like it's just one of those things where you can't just blindly recommend, right? Or you're just you kind of set people up for disappointment or failure or anger at the game. Yeah, it's true. You only know, like, this game caters to a very specific audience. You only really know if it's for you when you really try it out, but it is also just, you kind of have to... you have to be able to maybe adjust your expectations, right? Like, you have to go into it with the right mindset. If you go into this game, let's say you're a Final Fantasy XIV player, and you go into this game with the mindset that it's just going to be the same thing as Final Fantasy XIV, but you know, with slightly worse graphics, right? You are in for a world of hurt and suffering and disappointment. So yeah, you kind of have to, whenever I recommend this, I do have to sort of set the tone, set the expectation, right? Oh no, you have to be a little mentally ill. You have to enjoy grinding. You know what, I'd actually put that in there. You have to enjoy grinding. Oh hey, I got some more cock meat and skin, nice. I'm racking up a nice little pile. Yeah. I mean, the grind here, it's like, even when it comes to grinding, look, there is such a thing as a good grind and a bad grind, right? A bad grind is one where you're dealing with multiple layers of RNG all the time, and like there's a lot of systems that are just sort of there to, like, let's be real, for a lot of games, the grind is not about the grind, it's about annoying you so hard that you open your wallet and you pay the company money to make the grind less bad. That I don't like, I don't appreciate, no part. I want no part in it, right? That shouldn't be in games, but that's what the grind is in most of these type of games. In this game, that's not the case. At least, well, especially not here on Horizon. The grind is just there as, it's just part of the intended gameplay, and it's not that bad, honestly. It's really not. Unless you want to go for some of those super ultra rare items, but really, you have no one to blame but yourself at that point, right? But the casual, like the leveling experience and all that, and getting spells, and honestly, no, the grind ain't that bad for all of that. It's fun. It is absolutely fun. Oh, missed my Dark Harvest. This is okay. Oh, he doesn't like that I'm standing up on this thing. He doesn't like that very much. See, I can tank it out. I should have my I don't have shock spikes on. I really need to get my shock spikes on, but it's gonna die soon, right? Yeah, there we go. And yeah, look, I mean, I played FF14 for so long, and I still stand by it. I liked the game when it initially launched in 1.0, even with all the problems, right? Good God, did it have problems, but I still liked it. I think the problem with FF14 is that it's just that it's changed so much over time, and to me, not in a good way, right? That's subjective, but you know, I found myself enjoying my time with Final Fantasy XIV less and less as time went on. And you know, I like to enjoy my time with the video games. I don't generally like to play games that I hate. Oh, not enough MP for a bio too. Oh, that's okay. Just gonna let the pets fight. I mean, there are some things I wish was in Final Fantasy XI, like this game. This game doesn't really have a solid dungeon/trial structure like FF14, and that's one where, I mean, look, I like a good dungeon run. I mean, even World of Warcraft has what you would consider stereotypical dungeon runs, right? Dungeons in this are more, it's more just a place you go with hard enemies in tight groups that you just sit and grind in a corner of with a party. And you know, that works, but it's not quite what I want out of a dungeon. But that's really my only complaint. Like, that's really my only complaint there. Otherwise, yeah, it's not just the features or systems, it's more how everything kind of connects, right? I feel like in FF14 you have a lot of very shallow systems and features that, yeah, they're shallow as a puddle. There's a lot of them, right? A lot of things to do, but they don't have any depth to them, and they're not really connected in any way. Like part of what makes this game fun is that in some way, everything is connected, right? If you're a fisherman and you go out fishing, well, I mean, it's a way to make gil, but it's also you sell certain fish to crafters, and the crafters make consumables and stuff out of that you will probably use at some point, but, you know, fighter, melee type players, they'll use it definitely, mages will use it, everybody uses it. People like food and drinks. You know, it's interconnected in that way. Now, in FF14, technically, you could have a similar relationship. The problem is that food is really just sort of it's sort of an end game rating thing. Before that, food really doesn't serve any purpose in the game. Like, not specific food anyway. You don't need it. It doesn't even really do that much for you. So like nothing really connects there, right? Like it's the same with everything, right? Like anything you can do in this game, in some way, on some level, you are affecting everyone else who plays the game. It might just be in a tiny way, but you're having an effect. Like everything is interconnected here. And that is one thing that I feel is really missing, right? There's not any meaning to anything that you do in FF14. It's just like crafting and gathering just feels like a fun little side game, right? It's a fun mini game that you can do if you feel like it, champ. But it doesn't really, like, you're not really impacting anything. I mean, here, most good items, I mean, they're made by players, so you need them. Like, you need crafters to craft, or else there just might not be equipment to buy. It's basic things like that, right? Like, that's a really basic thing. Oh, there goes Pet. Here comes new one. I mean, Final Fantasy XI, though, that's not the only game that has such a dynamic. It's just, I find that it's something older games used to have, that sort of interconnected interdependence that modern games generally want to avoid, and I do understand why. It's kind of taking it's taking a bit of the risk factor out of rando players' hands, right? Like, the more integral to the experience players are, that means the more players can fuck it up. So you wanna minimize how much damage your own player base can do, right? That's the philosophy. Like, on one hand, I can kinda get it and agree with it. On the other, when you take that too far, it means nothing has meaning. But yeah, I'd say a problem is there's too much reward in FF14, and also just, like, yeah, everything is designed so that you never really need anything from another player. Like, I quit FF14 with 200 million gil, right? It's because I never spent any gil. I never needed to. I never had to buy a single item from a single other player. The thing is, crafting and all that was so easy that if I ever did need something that a player could make, I could just make it myself, right? And really, that would be ideal. But you get it, like, they want to take the ability for other players to ruin your game out of player hands. And that means taking the players out of the equation. Unfortunately, that's not really great for an MMO, at least for me. I don't think that's a good way to run an MMO that's supposed to be a social experience. Because really, that's what all these games are at the end of the day. Like, you could play, you know, you could play a mainline Final Fantasy game and get better gameplay out of it. You're here for the community. You're here for, like, you know, you're here to play with other humans, right? Fellow human. And, like, if the game, like, if all of those elements of human interaction and interdependency are taken out, then you're just kind of left with a not great single-player experience, you know? Like, it's a not great single-player experience if you remove all of the core interdependent features of a social MMO. But yeah, that's just kind of how I feel. How I've had a lot of time to think about it, and yeah, it's why I realize a lot of modern online games just aren't for me, because they do tend to be made with that mentality in mind, right? And I get where it comes from, because look, in a game like this, right? Let's say you are a colossal asshole. Alright? Theoretically, let's say you're an asshole. You just can't help it. The thing is, assholes still have money. Company want money. The thing is if asshole plays this game, and they act like an asshole to everyone, and they get blacklisted for every single party to do anything, like even just leveling up, asshole will no longer be able to play the game. He will quit and take his money with him. But if other players had no ability to blacklist asshole out of content, if asshole could complete the game without other players, well, I mean, if he's already not getting along with people, then it works out, right? And now company gets his money. But it's not just that, well, it's okay, you know, asshole could ruin the experience for other players, and then that might make them leave, taking their money with them. So, you remove the ability for the asshole to do anything that might inconvenience another player. And so now, no one is happy, no one gets what they want, but also no one is really being actively pushed away. So everybody just sort of settles into this state of being content and giving company money. I don't know. To me, that's just what I've witnessed, right? I've witnessed it with a lot of online games, and people, I think a lot of people will kind of, like, if a game has enough players, which Final Fantasy XIV is very popular, they'll just sort of settle for being in an online world that has millions of players. They might not be actually interacting with any of those players in a meaningful way, but they just sort of settle into being content with that, right? Content enough to keep paying their monthly subscription, maybe buy some cosmetics in the cash shop, but, you know, it keeps them around. And I think that's just what, I think it's what a lot of modern MMO fans have settled into. And it's just kind of become the standard, so no one really minds it anymore. I don't know. For me, I don't know. You might have problems with other players every now and then. You might find yourself committing a faux pas. You might find that certain people just don't want to play with you for certain content. That is always a problem, but, you know, if you be social in a game like this, you can still get things done. You can make friends who will help you even if it's not to their advantage. You know, you can make it work, right? You can make it all work. Like, the way that I tend to have a more... I tend to have a bit of an unorthodox playstyle for this game. And so yeah, there's people who, you know, that's not what they want in a party, so they wouldn't invite me to a party. So I lose out on some parties. Fair enough. Thing is, I usually don't want to play with that type of player either, so it kind of, you know, that just sort of works out, right? That works out for everyone. I mean, look, I've heard all kinds of things, but as far as I know, that is all just... I don't think anything came of it, or it was just straight up canceled. Or it might have just been talks, but I haven't really, yeah, I haven't seen anything about anything going forward. I think for the most part, Square Enix would just rather prefer everybody switch over to Final Fantasy XIV and only ever look at this game in the sense of legacy players who have been playing, keeping them playing longer, right? Keeping that wallet open. But I don't think they're really interested in getting new players into Final Fantasy XI. I don't think they have any interest for that. I mean, that's not just Square Enix being Square Enix though. That's most old school long-running MMOs. They tend to focus on their really built-up communities that are just sort of permanent customers. They focus on making them happy, and they don't really worry about, they don't really worry about attracting new people, right? Yeah, that's another thing. It would make sense for them to only focus on one MMO at a time. And I mean, right now, like, Final Fantasy XIV is sort of a... It's sort of a golden egg printing machine for Square Enix, right? Think about all the shitty games they've released in the last couple of years that have just tanked. But you know where a lot of the money came for those games? Final Fantasy XIV. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is what's bankrolling Square Enix right now. So, I can't blame them for just... like, I can't blame them for kind of tossing everything else aside and just sticking with the money printer, right? You can't really blame them. I don't know. Look, whenever I talk about Square Enix, I find that I don't know, I feel like I become the angry old man shaking his cane at the clouds. I don't like being the angry old man, but, I don't know, I've been really disenchanted with Square Enix, and I'm not the type of person that has any sort of loyalty to any company, alright? We're not living in cyberpunk. We're not corpos, so like, I play games, but I have no loyalty, alright? So, yeah. I just find that Square Enix has just been making lots of bad games or questionable games and not really doing anything with the franchises I love just haven't really gotten better. They've only gotten worse, so, yeah. Like, the last mainline Final Fantasy I even touched was Final Fantasy 15, and I got maybe 3 hours into it, and I just couldn't stomach anymore. Like, I didn't... When they, even though a lot of people were hyped over Final Fantasy 16, like, I didn't even look at a trailer because I was just kind of done. I was just done at that point. Also, have I gotten a full stack yet of, Oh, I've been getting lots of scorpion claws, not shells. I think the claws are next to worthless, so... Yeah, I've been getting a lot of worthless loot in here. Generally, when it comes to our fun little grinding in FF11 sessions and having... that's sort of the time to have banter. I like to keep it on the positive. I like to, I like to celebrate being a nerd/geek rather than spewing contempt, right? But certain things, like just talking about the state of Final Fantasy and Square Enix, like that's just, there's just not really any positive to that, There's not much positive to be had there. It's kind of like, I mean, another rabbit hole would be something like talking about The Sims, right? and EA/Maxis, and you know, this is not really anything positive to be had there. Wait, am I getting attacked? Yeah, something come up on me from behind. I think I'll put that one to sleep. Yeah, put that one to sleep and grab another one. I'm just thinking, what's the safest thing I can do here? Okay, let it kill my Manta, and then I go for this Scorpion here. Alright. So make sure the Cockatrice is on the pet. Yeah, like let it hit it a couple times. And now it's time to fight. Melee gear on. Oh crap. I can't pull my weapon out. Can't pull weapon out. There we go. So, a bit of a stun chain there. Okay. Alright. I don't think the Cockatrice has any form of AoE. I'm poisoned right now, so my health is just dipping, right? It's just going down. I like to live in the danger zone, what can I say? But, yeah, either on this enemy or the next one, I need to cast Drain. I think the next one. Yeah, let's drain the next one. See, things can get a little hairy when you're not paying full attention, right? When you're not paying full attention and multiple enemies attack, and oh, your pet's health is low, or it's about to flip on you, and oh boy. But with a mix of Black Mage magic and Beastmaster charming, with a mix of the two, you can make it work. Maybe let's blind it. Blind it, bio it. I think probably staying out of this fight is for the best. So yeah, we'll stay out of combat. Well, I can't rest, right? I can't rest because of the poison. But I'll just I'll wait until I have enough not MP, but until my recast is done, till the timer's over, and then I'll cast Drain again. That'll get me up to a point where I think it'll be safe for me to run in and fight. I have gotten good at mitigating chaos in this game. That's one thing. Playing a game like this, it gets you good at mitigating chaos. There we go. Drain up. Alright, my health could be better though. I don't know. Wait till it does something. Okay, Poison Sting. It's very unlikely to do an AoE at this point. Not for a few seconds anyway. So I can get in there and help finish it. Okay. I also have a good feel for when enemies are gonna do something. And you know, I find that the TP that okay, people always talk about, no, mage can't melee because you give enemy TP, and TP bad for enemy because it'll do bad things to you, and I get it, but you know what I learned when I cast Flare, right? When I cast Flare on that one Scorpion, like, I don't think I even, yeah, I wasn't meleeing, I just cast Flare, right? So when I cast Flare, the Scorpion immediately unloaded about 3 weapon skills into me. Like, it damn near killed me because it just lost its goddamn mind. So, casting spells generates TP, and I believe it must be, like, it has to be relative to how much damage you deal, right? So yeah, if you're a black mage and you're casting spells on the enemy, you are feeding it massive amounts of TP. So what do? Just not do any? Right, like, just don't do anything. Don't do anything. You won't give the enemy TP. Just stand there. Just stand there and do nothing. Well, yeah, that doesn't work out, so... Oh, not enough MP for shock spikes. So yeah, my thought, what I've just settled on is, look, I'm gonna generate TP for the enemy no matter what I do. So yeah, whether it's meleeing or spellcasting or a mix of both, like, enemy gets TP, enemy uses TP. That's the natural state of things. I've just settled into it. Well, yeah, hate mitigation, but like, the thing is that, and especially in a party, right? Like, in a party where there's several DPS unloading on the enemy in some form at all times, like, the enemy is going to have TP. Like, it's gonna have TP. There's no avoiding it, right? Like... So I think what's better is to not worry about the attacks the enemy's doing. That's the tank and the healer's job. Worry about killing the enemy as quickly as possible. That way it doesn't get to do that much, right? I find that's kind of... I find in a party, especially as a black mage, that's kind of the way to do it, right? End the fight, and that is actually really good damage mitigation. Ending the fight. Well, yeah, hate mitigation. Honestly, funny enough, hate mitigation, I don't really have a problem with that as a black mage. I used to a little bit, but not in the high levels. Like, in high level play, I find that it's actually almost impossible to grab aggro. And it isn't that I don't do damage, it's just that tanks and all that, they just get better later on. See, that's not the way I play Black Mage. I mean, it depends on the party, right? If you're in a Black Mage burn party, the tactic is, once it, like, you know, 2 summoners, 4 Black Mages, the summoners start a skill chain, and then the Black Mages just end it with casting spells, right? The fight's over before it even begins. That's one thing. Another thing is, in a normal party, I find that what works out best is... I mean, there's 2 ways you can do it, depending on how organized the party is. You could wait for the melee to set up a skill chain, and then you do a magic burst. The fight is generally not over. Like, the fight isn't usually over at the end of that, it's just you take out a massive chunk of the enemy's HP. You either do that, or you cast low-level spells consistently over the course of the fight. That's fairly MP efficient, and also damage efficient too. Again, it's just depending on how organized the party is, right? You work with what you got to work with. But either way, I don't generally get aggro doing that. I mean, I might get aggro if I do a magic burst and the enemy isn't dead. The thing is, see, here's the thing, right? I'm not a Taru. I have a melee evasion set. I don't fear getting aggro. It's not bad. If I go slash ninja, I have actually successfully tanked better than a paladin in a party. I'm shitting you not. I can tank better than a lot of paladins as a black mage slash ninja. Like, I have the evasion for it. I'm not a Taru. I have a health pool. Like, I have shock spikes, so every time the enemy hits me, it's getting stunned for a few seconds. That gives the healer more than enough time to heal me. Like, I don't fear aggro. However, I don't find that getting aggro is the problem. It's really not. The problem is more just that some parties are super disorganized, and like, their skill chains are inconsistent, and we set up things for a magic burst and it just never happens, and then, you know, then I drop a giant spell, but it's not magic bursted, and it just wastes my time. But you know, there's all kinds of things that mess me up, but aggro isn't one of them. I think a lot of mages, oh hey, I don't know, let's charm this one. What level is it? Oh, 57, that's a good one. I think a lot of mages just, I don't know, they tend to build all for int, and, you know, they go full-on glass cannon, right? And you can, you know, you can do that. I have the setup for it. But you can do other things, too. Like, you can do other things with Black Mage. About that. At low levels, Black Mage kinda sucks. Like, the low level, like, honestly, Black Mage didn't really get fun until... I didn't really start enjoying it a lot until around level, like, I want to say mid-20s to 30s is when I started kind of enjoying it. But Black Mage didn't get really fun until I got some of the bigger spells and my elemental skills got capped. And, you know, it, like, honestly, Black Mage in, like, in a Valkurm Dunes or a Kufum Island party, Black Mage is kind of bad. But it gets better, like, it gets better the higher you go. I think a lot of it is just that early on your skills probably are terrible, so your spells just don't land. No, so that's the thing, oh god, so that's the thing about how aggro works in this game. Aggro in Final Fantasy XI is a little weird. So the thing is, certain spells generate way more aggro than others. You might think damage is the main way to get aggro, right? Like, you might think just cast big spell, you get aggro. But, well, let me show you something here. I can actually show you right here, right now. Because this doesn't quite work the way you think it might. So I'm not gonna cast any offensive spells, right? No offensive spells, like, no damage, I'm not meleeing. So I'm just gonna cast some of my more exotic spells, like Blind, right? So let's use Blind. Stun. I could Blind again. Well, it's stunned right now. But I'm just gonna cast, like, debuffs and stuff, right? And maybe put bio on. Debuffs, right? Debuffs generate a lot of aggro. Now this thing, I got a real good pet here, but Blind generates a ton of aggro. If I was doing anything other than just standing here, Blind would pull aggro. I mean, casting Sleep, that'll also, I don't want to waste the MP, but Sleep generates a ton of aggro. Man, this pet is, I think the problem is this pet is like, look at the damage it's doing, right? Like, this pet is a high level. So I think this is a bad example. But in a normal party, like in a normal party where everyone is the same level, and you don't have this OP pet, Blind generates a ton of aggro. Any debuff generates a ton of aggro, but Blind specifically. That's actually one way paladins, I've seen them tank like that. They, like, I've seen a paladin / red mage, and they tanked by casting Blind over and over, like a mix of Blind and Flash. Yeah, no, this pet's just a little too strong. Like, this is a very strong pet that I have. Again, in a normal party, you wouldn't have one party member who's, like, over the mob's level, right? But yeah, generally debuffs, right? There's other debuffs you can do too, but Blind, Stun, Sleep, anything like that, they generate massive amounts of aggro in a normal party. More so than damage. It's unusual, actually. Like, I'm not sure it's intended, but that's how it's always been. Yeah, no, this is an example where, like, you could look at the damage, right? Like, this pet was annihilating the enemy. Now, that's also, like, okay, that's also something your average paladin won't be doing. Your average paladin will be dealing almost no damage. So, yeah, like, their aggro comes from either casting spells or, if they're going warrior, provoke. Like, their aggro comes from the spells they cast and all that, not their damage. But yeah, look at that. It leads in with 176 damage. Oh my god. This pet's a monster. Well, it is, yeah, literally. I need another one though. I need a replacement. Oh god, they're all low level. They're all low level pets. Well, I guess a low level pet would be a little better for proving the point though. Yeah, look how long it managed to hang in there at no health. Dropped the enemy to 74% in that time, and this is a tough one. This is a high level enemy. But I have a less strong pet now. So let's see if I can. Yeah, look at that. See, look at that. Instantly, right? Instantly. Stun and blind, aggro. Yeah, if I just sit here spamming blind, that alone would hold aggro. Like this is a little bit more. This is more on the level of what you would expect from a paladin generated aggro. You can't use Jug Pets as a slash Beastmaster. That means your options for soloing are a little limited. Like, you have to fight in areas that have beast-type enemies. So yeah, being a slash Beastmaster is not as awesome as being a Beastmaster main, but you can make it work, right? Ooh, nice! I did the Wild Rage. It doesn't hurt the enemy as much as it hurts me, though. But also, I've actually seen ninjas tank by doing their debuffs. Like that's I've seen ninjas hold aggro fairly well by just cycling through their debuffs. Like not even their offensive magic, but their debuffs. Something about debuffs just really pisses enemies off. But yeah, if you want to hold aggro, I mean that's the way to do it. Yeah, throw out spells that just cause aggro. Have shock spikes on, have Utsasemi on, and it works. I wouldn't really want to I wouldn't want to main tank for a party like that because it can get dicey in certain circumstances. And also, I'm usually not set up that way in a party. Like in a party, I generally join to do damage, right? Not to tank. So I don't really go in, like, I'm not using food that would help me with tanking and damage deal. You know, I'm using a different setup slightly, right? One that I can't really change on the fly. But mainly, when I say don't fear aggro as the black mage, or any mage, what I mean is have an evasion set, right? Have an evasion slash defense set. Use your class's abilities to their best. And, like, if you have to take aggro for a couple seconds, you shouldn't just die, right? I think that's what I'm saying. Like, you shouldn't just drop dead if you take aggro for, like, 10 seconds, right? And so many mages, they have no defense, they have no evasion, they don't even use the tools at their disposal spell-wise, and they just sit there completely vulnerable. And yeah, when they pull aggro, because it just happens every now and then, they just drop dead, right? They just faceplant. And I think because of that, they get it in their head that, oh, mages just suck, right? I guess mages just die. That's what mages do, right? No, they don't. They don't have to be that way. Oh no. My shock spikes isn't up. If my shock spikes was up, I wouldn't run around, but yeah, I didn't shock spike. Okay, recharmed, get the melee set back on. Okay, get out of my way. Out of my way. Alright. I just don't like fighting in a corner. Alright, so get shock spikes on. There we go. Yeah, as long as I have shock spikes, I don't mind tanking. Like, I mean, I did it a little at the start, right? Because there aren't any beasts to charm at the start of this maze, and you kind of have to fight your way through some goblins. And yeah, I did it without a pet. I just tanked it. You can do that. But the thing is, you gotta kind of prepare for it, you know? You gotta be ready for it. Yeah, like the nice thing about Beastmaster is that it lets you solo good. And the thing is, it's not like you can't solo. Like, I could prove a bit of a point, and you know, I could go back to Juno and switch my sub job to like Red Mage. Honestly, Black Mage / Red Mage solo's really good too, because then you can regen yourself, you can end thunder your weapon. You can blink yourself, you can protect to yourself, like, you know, going / Red Mage gives you a lot of survivability. It also makes your spells faster, so less chance to get interrupted. You know, it's, like, you can solo, you don't have to have it, it's just Beastmaster is good at soloing, right? It's actually good at it, it's built for it. But it's not just like, it's not just Beastmaster. Beastmaster is the only one that you can sub job and get the benefits out of it. But Summoner, I leveled up Summoner to 37, and I mean, honestly, Summoner is also very good at soloing, very safe to do so as well. As long as you have like some drinks and stuff, right? Manage your MP. But as long as you can do that, yeah, Summoner is also very, very solo friendly. I would assume when the expansion drops and we get Puppet Master, I would assume they're also good at soloing too. It's just sort of a pet class thing, you know? Like all the pets in this game, they can take hits better than a player, so any class that has a pet is going to do better than classes that don't have pets. That's just sort of what it is. Yeah, I know, I could fight monster pets, I just don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy that gameplay, right? Like, that's just not fun to me. This is fun to me, right? I have my fucking melee, my dex and strength set, right? I got my melee set, and I'm tearing it up with my giant ass scorpion. That's fun to me. Draining for like nearly 200 HP to keep myself going. Like that's how I like to play. I mean, it is also pretty efficient too. Like, yeah, I'm sure pets would be, they're exploitalicious, right? But like, look, I'm 7,000 in. I started like maybe 1,000 into the level at the start of the stream, and I haven't been killing the whole time. But yeah, like it's fine, right? The EXP is smooth. I prefer to be in a party just because I like grouping up with, you know, other humans, right? The thing is, I don't even care if a party's good or not, I just like playing with other people. Like, the party can suck, I don't really care. Alright, I want to try something here just because it's been a hot minute. So, yeah, I actually usually use rice dumplings. I haven't been using any food. Okay, just food up, I hit a little better now. Okay, so I'm not gonna tell the pet to engage, just for a minute, right? I want to hold aggro, and I don't want to fight for it. So let's lead in with a blind, which also, it's very nice that Black Mage can blind. That really goes nicely with a high evasion rate. So blind and bio. And you might notice it didn't attack for a bit. Yeah, it hit me and it got stunned for its audacity. Yeah, see, like, hit, stun, drain my health back up. Like, yeah, I can take it, right? I need more evasion gear. Like, what I really want, this is good for damage, but I would really prefer, I'd prefer to have the Emperor's hairpin, right? I need to get in a BCNM party for that. If I had that, like, the enemies would just not hit me. My evasion now is good, but it could be a lot better, you know? Like, my melee set is nowhere near complete, not in any way. Can I stun it? Man, I can't stun anything. I can't stun shit. And now my pet is just dumping TP into it. I need to drain again. There we go. It's doing all the breath attacks on me, and that's gonna... Man, I'm paralyzed now. I'm paralyzed! What did my pet do? Oh, it did a little buff. That's nice. That's cute. Alright. But yeah, see, like, at least taking hits for a little bit, yeah, you can do it just fine. And if I wasn't using Beastmaster, which, yes, in a party, I would not use Beastmaster, right? Hey there, Solo Wolf. But yeah, in a party, I wouldn't, yeah, like, I'd either use Ninja or, like, if I was trying to be a little more beefy, right, I mean, even Red Mage, right, which Red Mage is a sub-job I'd normally use, just normally. Yeah, I'd have a lot more ability to keep myself alive, but I'm Beastmaster soloing here. Man, I am paralyzed for like 2 minutes. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So, yeah, let me get away from the pet, and I'm just gonna rest up. I know the raiders came, but I'm just gonna... Oh, I need to be 30 away from the pet. If it breaks that charm, I want to be 30 away from it. Okay. So let me just rest up a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think any mage should really worry, like, even in a party. Like, if you can't take 10 seconds worth of hits from the enemy, like, you're not even using the tools you have at your disposal. Like, if you're blinked or Utsasemi'd, I mean, you got a couple free hits in there. But if you got good evasion, then you have even more free hits. And yeah, like, there's just so many tools, right? You gotta use them. Don't just sit there completely defenseless. Things happen. Parties are crazy. You don't even know. I don't know, I've been in a lot of different types of parties with mages, and I just noticed that more often than not, it's the Taru, but yeah, a lot of mages just sit there completely defenseless, get aggro, maybe it's just things happen, right? But they get aggro for a few seconds and they just die, and like, no, you don't, that doesn't have to happen. Alright. I got enough. I'm mostly trying to get my MP up. Alright, I got enough MP for what I'm doing. Get in there. Oh, hey there. Okay. I kind of figured the pet was gonna flip on me. That's why I wanted to stand so far back, because I knew the flip was coming. But again, I got high evasion, I got shock spikes, I can drain, so getting hit even by 2 enemies for a little bit, it's fine. I mean, also I can Nightmare Sight. That's a nice little crowd control right there. But I don't have to now, so go nuts! Oh, right. I always forget about Pet Sick. What's it gonna do? Numbing Breath! A little late, but that's cool. I think the main problem with the Sick command is that you can't really, like, you can't control what the pet's gonna do, and that can get you in trouble sometimes. Like, if you're in the middle of a bunch of non-hostile enemies, and you use the Sick command, and let's say it's a crab pet, right? And then the crab does Bubble Shower and aggroes like 10 enemies around you. Well, it was nice being alive. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, like a lot of mages, because they don't have any defensive gear, like not that they can switch to, and they don't make use of Blink or Stone Skin or Roots of Semi or whatever tools they might have. They don't even make use of them. Yeah, like, especially if they're really investing in their MP and everything, they might have a very small health pool to begin with. So when they just die, right? They die before you can even heal them. See, when I take aggro in a party, because I have gear for this, like, there is ample time for the white mage to toss me a heal, right? And they can keep me alive. I mean, that, and I just don't take, you know, I have, like, I can evade quite a few hits, so, like, it's not, oh god, well, there goes the black mage. No, it's, you got time. I don't know, it's just, I think a lot of mages try to, I don't know, a lot of mages, the way they play, they just get it in their head that they are squishier than they actually are, you know? And really, you're only as squishy as you want to be. I don't know, I just found it so funny when I did a little black mage meleeing because I was waiting to get into a party once. I was the replacement. And, you know, I was just meleeing the enemies around the party, and they seemed to think I was suicidal, right? Like, they did... It's just funny to me. I was wondering, my pet's paralyzed. Well, I need to reapply my shock spikes. Okay, reapply shock spikes, blind, you know, the typical run of debuffs. Bio... Hell, I haven't used poison in a while. Why not? Nothing to do with survivability. I just don't use poison 2 enough. I have it, I should use it. Oh, and I can drain again. Keep that health bar topped off. Yeah, no, the gear that I have right now is very attainable. I think the most expensive thing I have is... Well, okay, to be fair, I already had my Grace Rings for my... Like, that's for Dex, that's for accuracy and criticals. So that's not really survivability related. I mean, if you wanted to go harder on the survivability, you could replace the Dexterity with Agility Rings, right? That'd probably be better. But like these earrings, the 3 agility earrings, I mean, they only cost me like 7k each, which is not much for the level and everything. That's not a lot. I'd say the most expensive thing I have is the Midnight Cape, and that was like 50k, something like that. That was the most expensive item. The rest of it is well under that. But again, if I really wanted to go hard on this, there's much better gear I could have that would function better. Again, I would love to have the Emperor's Hairpin, because that would give me a huge boost to my evasion. Like, I mean a huge one. But yeah, that's one that I don't want to buy. That's hundreds of thousands of gil to buy. And even then, like, I'd rather do BCNM parties for it, you know? I'd rather earn it than just buy it. And again, Beastmaster isn't crucial to this. You would actually have you would have better personal survivability if you went /red mage, but the Beastmaster part is just to keep the fights moving, you know? It's to keep fights moving, and so I don't have to waste MP. /red mage would be much better for survivability. Or, and I did try this, I very briefly tried this out because I wanted to farm with it. I tried black mage /thief. Thief gives you a very nice evasion bonus. Like, you get a lot of evasion by subbing thief. So, yeah, that actually did work out. But again, you're missing the utility you might have with something like red mage. But for farming easier enemies, that works out pretty well. Yeah, the BCNM is the one I want to do. I see people advertising that they need more Beastmasters or, you know, whatever for it, and I'm always tempted to get in on that. I really should, because now I actually play a class that would get some benefit out of it. I mean, actually, let's be honest, I'd get some benefit out of it as a Beastmaster, too. For those rare instances where my pet goes down and I just have to tough it out for a bit, right? Like, it would help me to be able to survive until I can get a new pet. Alright, let's see, I want to drain my health back. I still, yeah, like, it's still kind of weird to me that so many black mages do not use their drain spells. But, like, they're good. They're real good. Like, as long as you have some form of defense on you, like some evasion, all that, like, as long as you're playing somewhat defensively, like, drain is all you need to stay alive. You don't need any other heals. Drain be good. It's just so hard to level up in parties, because, like, man, people yell at you if you do bio. They yell at you if you try to bio one just to raise your skill, right? Dia all day, every day. To me, I don't know, neither one matters that much. Not the first level ones. Now, bio 2, Dia 2, that's another matter, but I don't know. I think the first level, it's not that much effect. What level's this cockatrice? It's surprisingly tanky for what it is. Like, it's one of the lower level enemies in this room, but... Oh, yeah, aggro. Whoops, I did too much damage. That black mage melee. Well, casting blind. Oh, okay. I thought maybe that was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be the petrifying stare. It's just silence. That's what I love. If I wasn't a melee black mage and I got silence, like, well, guess I'm dead now. But being silenced is just a mild annoyance for me. It slows down my ability to kill things, but does not stop me at all. Again, I like that. I like having a little more adaptability, you know? Feels good. Otherwise, I'd just sort of be standing here and staring at the pet doing its thing. I only make sure my melee set's on. Like, I cannot tell you how bad it feels. Like, before I went down this path, it would feel so bad when I'd still be /Beastmaster soloing, but it felt so bad when an enemy would silence you, and then you're just kind of standing there, right? Just kind of standing there watching things happen. This is actually a good pet. It's got a good level on it. So even though it's a little used, a little worn, I'm gonna, yeah, convenient grab there. Yeah, I'm not a fan of pet nuking. It just feels bad to me. It doesn't feel fun, right? And if I'm not having fun, I'd rather not. I mean, honestly, a lot of black mage burn parties can kind of feel like that too. I like a good black mage burn, you know, it's nice, but honestly, black mage burns can get really boring because it's just the summoner pulls, you know, they pull the enemy, they do skill chain, and then enemy dies. That doesn't feel very good, you know? Like the fight's over before it begins, and that's not very satisfying. Ooh. Yep. Ooh, okay. I gotta... okay, I've been given a task by the wife. Gotta do it very soon. I need to fill up a hot water bottle for, yeah. But it's because our lovely lizard pet, yeah, I gotta get him to the vet, and, right, lizards don't like cold, and it's pretty cold right now. So, yeah, that makes sense. Hot water bottle for him. But yeah, I don't have to go immediately, but I'm gonna prepare. I'm not gonna get too deep in here. Be ready to go at any moment. Alright. Let's see. Let's check what time it is now. Okay. Doesn't take long to heat up a hot water bottle. Okay, are all these level 57? That one's a little lower. This pet's gonna drop, so I'm just gonna go for the easier one. There we go. Yeah, no, when I'm in a burn party, so when I'm in a black mage burn party, that's basically when I zone out and watch, like, I watch YouTube videos, I get me some Amazon Prime up in there, Amazon Video. Like, that is, when I'm in a black mage burn party, I'm barely conscious. Now, here's the thing, people will often give shit when you're in a party and it's like you're kind of tabbed out doing other things. I would agree with that sentiment in a normal party. In most normal parties, I should say. But in a black mage burn, like, it is so hands-off that I don't think it matters at all. That said, right, black mage burns, they tend to be really good EXP, but I can't do them for long, right? I can't do them for long because they're just so boring. And it's not that it doesn't feel good to unload massive amounts of magical damage on my enemies. Like, that does feel pretty great, right? But it's just, it is so laid back, it is, like, it's so chill it puts me to sleep, right? Oh no, mandible bite! And he missed. That's why evasion is nice. I mean, I also have decent vitality too, so I don't get hit as hard as I could. Oh, I've got a ton of TP. Yeah, let's give it a good hard stun. Yeah, good hard stun and drain it. Oh, wild rage. That's it. Ooh, yeah, I didn't like that. That really made him angry. Yeah, the thing is, black mage burns are a snore fest, but I don't know, it feels a little bit better to me than a pet burn. Enemy just melts, but I don't know, it feels a little better because it feels a little bit better to me because there's a lot more setup involved, right? Like, you need at least one summoner main. A slash summoner can be the second part. Burning strike never misses. But yeah, you need like 2 people that are some form of summoner, and then you need a bunch of other black mages, and yeah, like there's setup to it, right? there's some prep work to be done. It's a whole thing with a full-size party. I like that. Yeah, but still I can't do them for long. No matter, can't do it forever. Also, you don't really get to level your skills up very much. Like, yeah, you never get to use anything other than your nuking spells, so you never level up Enfeebling, Dark, you know, nothing but elemental magic. I don't know, see, here's the thing, right? When it comes to leveling up, I am not an end game player, right? My attention generally drops off when I hit the end game, if you will, right? I enjoy the journey more than the destination. That's just how I play. But, it depends on how engaging the leveling is, and it also depends on how much you actually have to socialize. That's the thing, right? The gameplay could be less than maximum engaging, but if if the social gameplay is strong, if you have to talk to people, if you have to really get in there with the community, then that makes up for it as far as I'm concerned. Like, I don't mind a super slow leveling process, especially if if the end game is just, the end game is just going to be more grinding, right? I never have gotten why people focus on end game in anything. It's the same thing, it's just slightly different. Whether you're grinding levels or, I don't know, grinding raid mobs or whatever, I don't even know what the end game is in this. Doesn't matter. It's all just a grind one way or the other. What should matter is that you're having fun in the process, right? And for me, if I'm in a nice traditional party with tank, healer, support, like everybody has their little part to play, in a normal party, I like how all of that comes together. That feels very dynamic and engaging to me. Like, most players have some chance to shine in a party like that. And yeah, that is engaging and fun to me. I would do Valkurm Dunes forever, right? I wouldn't have to go anywhere with it, just do it forever, and I'd be cool with that. Because parties tend to be interesting at that level. They're bad, but they're interesting. I think the problem is that people tend to optimize their play so hard that they optimize the fun right on out of it. That people make the leveling process boring. For me, I'm having fun with this, right? Like, I'm living on the edge. All right, if charm goes wrong at the wrong time, that's just the nature of charm beast mastering. But yeah, if charm drops at the wrong time, like maybe I have 2 enemies on me already, and then charm drops. Oh man, we're in for a party. But sometimes I can save myself from that, and that's fun. And just the risk, right? Having that risk there all the time is, I don't know, it makes it engaging and fun to me. But yeah, I think that's more important than the destination. It's just that you're having fun along the way. And I think it's really easy to get so caught up on leveling and I gotta do this, I gotta do that you kind of lose sight of the fact that you're playing a video game for fun and enjoyment in your free time. You know, like I see it a lot. You start treating it like it's a job, like you have to do things and you have to do it a certain way. And I don't know, to me that's what makes the leveling process tedious. Oh man. Yeah, any of the Alliance stuff, man, that's a whole nightmare. I would imagine that is a nightmare just to put together and even participate in. I have not even, I have a 75 Beastmaster. I haven't done Dynamis yet. Not sure I want to, but yeah, I do what's fun to me, right? Sometimes what's fun to me is this. Sometimes what's fun to me is fishing. Sometimes it's crafting. Like, you know, I just do whatever's fun to me in the moment and I mix it up. And that's why, like, yeah, you take the Black Mage Burn party, and oh, it's great EXP, right? It's super fast, super smooth. Everybody goes home with tons of EXP. Great. But it is so boring that it is not fun at all, right? I can only do it for a brief amount of time before I just can't anymore. Now, if I forced myself, right? Let's say I forced myself to Black Mage Burn for all the time that I have to play, right? So, I don't know, let's say your 4-hour gaming session is just nothing but Black Mage Burn and you're hating every moment of it. Yeah, I would imagine if I played the game like that, I would just be sitting here just sort of itching, like, oh my god, just end it, end it, end it, end game, end game, end game. That's what it would be, right? You don't want that. You don't want to live like that. So I do anything until I can tolerate it no more, and then I do something else. And it generally works for me, like in life. So yeah, I'm gonna do this a little bit longer. I'm having fun with it now, but I do have things I need to do for the wife. And also, oh look, it turned on me. There's the heel turn. There's the heel turn. Oh man, I don't even care about the damage, but it bound me in place. Man. Man. Yeah, now I'm just stuck here for a minute. Yeah, I mean, look, if your goal is, you know, to end game stuff, that's fine. It's just, I don't know, I guess you always kind of have to look at your own goals even and just think if you're actually having fun with it, right? Because I have seen people go on angry rants that they hate the end game, but all they want to do is end game, right? Well, I see a bit of a contradiction there. Like, okay, so you absolutely hate it and it makes you miserable as a human, but it's all you want to do. And I think that means you might have a problem, right? Like, I think that's called a problem. But yeah, you don't want to fall into that. Like, I wouldn't want the only thing that brings me joy to also be what I hate the most, right? That feels like, I don't know, you'd be caught in a contradiction. But Ravenwolf. Yeah, I mean, Jug Pets are great here. They're great. It's just I'm a slash beast. Yeah, I'm a black mage right now, so I can't use a Jug Pet. I can charm. Charming works good, but Jug Pets are in fact better. They're amazing here. Because Jug Pets on Horizon, they spawn in like equal level to you. So they can actually hit things that are level appropriate. You can party, you can join a normal party and be good. Like, Jug Pets are rather nice. It's just, yeah, can't use them as a sub job. Unfortunate. Well, you know what? You know what I'm gonna say? Not unfortunate. Because you know what I never did as a Beastmaster main? I never charmed. Like, after level 23, I just stopped charming. I never did it anymore. But now I really get to flex, right? I get to flex that charm set, and I get to use my charm abilities more so than I ever did as an actual Beastmaster. And I kinda like that. God, I love how hard I hit. How consistently hard that is. Man. And I don't have to waste MP doing it. That's the best part. Man, being a black mage is awesome when you don't have to cast spells. It does feel a little bad that the way to make black mage more sustainable while soloing is to just not use magic. That doesn't feel the greatest either, but I don't know, I do use spells, right? I blind the enemy. I use bio sometimes. I have to sleep every now and then. But yeah, it's... Like, honestly, Black Mage is so much smoother when I don't cast spells. Look, my tip, get Scythe, never look back. Also okay, real quick comparison, right? The Ivory Sickle here it's only level 57. It's a little on the slow side, but it does, like, look at its damage relative. Like, my level 71 Scythe I use as a Beastmaster. That does 83 damage, 480 delay. Its extra effects are kind of crappy, but 83, 480. This does 80 and 501 delay. It's a little slow, but the thing is, if I could get the +1 version, the +1 version of the Ivory Sickle does 81 damage, and I think it brings the delay down to 490, which is closer to other scythes, right? Like, honestly, that is an amazing damage scythe for, like, especially for the level, right? So yeah, get Scythe, don't look back. Oh, these cockatrices. Well, I need to do something for the wife anyway, so I guess let's maybe warp back to town, right? I got my killing in. I do want to make my melee set a little better. Again, there's a lot of pieces of equipment that I could get that would make it better, but they'd cost a little much, right? We'd get into the actual higher cost territory. So hey, look, I'm almost halfway through my level, so I actually, like, I was just barely into my level when I started, so nice. Got about half a level. Great. I think the proof of concept for the melee Black Mage, I've also tried it slash Thief, slash Red Mage. It's not as sustainable as slash Beastmaster, nothing is. Slash Beastmaster is just kind of the default, right? But yeah, as a slash Red Mage, I have a lot more survivability. You know, I can regen. It's, yeah, like, the proof of concept, it checks out. Like, it works. It's very soloable, you can get shit done, and it just sort of works better than casting spells, honestly, which it doesn't feel great, but it, like, for soloing, it works better than trying to, I don't know, I've seen Black Mages do the whole bind, like, cast spell, bind, cast, you know, sort of rotate between binding the enemy and casting spells. The problem there is, the moment you run out of MP, you're just dead. Like, you don't have anything to fall back on. Like, this setup, it doesn't rely on my MP. Not much anyway. So yeah, it's weird, but it works. And I have whipped this out in a party just for fun every now and then, right? And I was in a party with, yeah, Samurai, Dark Knight. My auto attacks actually hit harder than the Samurai's auto attacks. We were in, I'm trying to think, I think it was Cape Terrigan, and we were fighting, I think it was crabs, right? Fish things. But yeah, fighting crabs on Cape Terrigan, and yeah, I was hitting for like around 70 damage with my auto attacks. The Samurai was doing about 50, the Dark Knight was, well, they were using a Great Axe. And they also did around 50 to 60. Scythes just hit hard, man. They just hit really fucking hard. I think it's the Scythe more than anything. But yeah, like, my auto attacks were actually good. I actually had okay accuracy. I was hitting more than I was missing. It wasn't great, but, you know, my gear isn't for accuracy, it's for evasion mostly. If I actually geared for accuracy, that wouldn't be as much of a problem. I was also using mage food, not, like, I wasn't even using the dumplings that I'm using now. But yeah, I mean, hell, even in a party, the mage melee can work. It's just, I'd rather cast, like, I'm a mage, I'd like to cast spells, right? That is what I want to do. Yeah. And yeah, I know the pet thing, but not what I want to do. Anyway, I need to make that hot water bottle for the lizard, and we've been streaming a little over. I'm sorry all the raiders just showed up. I usually end my stream a little bit before now. We're kind of going in overtime just because you all showed up, and I felt bad to just end it right when you got here, right? But I usually end the stream like a half hour ago. Alright, so I got things to do. Sorry. But it's about that time. So, more Final Fantasy XI next time. Tomorrow I have some things to do, but I think it's later on in the day. So, might still be able to have a short one tomorrow. I'll let you know. I'll put it out there. But we will do Final Fantasy XI again. That'll be the next stream we do. It'll either be tomorrow or the day after, but we'll be back to it. I want to do some other games during the week as well, but yeah, I'm on a Final Fantasy train. I like it. Might start my White Mage artifact armor next. Not looking forward to it. I just did the Black Mage artifact, so yeah, I don't really want to go to Eldime and Garlage again, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to. Anyway, with all that, let's get out of here. Thanks for showing up. Sorry if you came in here, you raided a little late. I'm sorry. Very sorry. But it's just that time. So, till next time, if you feel like showing up again, hopefully there'll be more for you to see. Till then, later. And oh yeah, remember to brush your teeth. Very important.